All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 1 p.m. Roll call, Amanda Buchanan, I'm here. Maria Akpara is attending her granddaughter's graduation, so she is not with us today. Anita Tucker, here. Rick Raleigh.
I'm here.
Renee Longshore, here. All right. And Mrs. Longshore, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any public comments pertaining to the closed session agenda?
I have not received any.
We need to go into a closed session to discuss the following: pupil personnel, annual review cases AR number 20, 2526, and AR number 21, 2526. Item 2, conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, current litigation, 7 cases, CIVSB 2220303, 2412359, 2321161, CIVVS 2400289, 2505026, 2506329, 2506282, Government Code Section 54954.5C and 54956.9 D2 and E1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 4 cases, 2425-01, 2526-01, 2526-02, and 2526-03. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 1 case, Government Code Section 54954.5C and 54956.9 D1, CSEA and Chapter 828 versus Apple Valley Unified School District. Number 3, public employee, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 4, public employee, appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison, employee organization Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Kristen Dupree, employee organization California School Employees Association. Number 7, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, and negotiating parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. Item 8, security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with the Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. All right, we will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore? Aye. Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, I vote aye. So we will go into closed session at 1:04 p.m. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 2 p.m. Roll call, Amanda Buchanan, I'm here. Maria Akpara is attending her granddaughter's graduation ceremony and regrets that she could not be here. Anita Tucker,
Here.
Rick Raleigh,
Here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
All right, please stand and join me in the pledge. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Mr. Raleigh, would you read out any action that was taken in closed session?
Yes. So during closed session, we had one reportable action. And in closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. B4, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, certificated and classified employees. On a motion by Raleigh, second by Buchanan, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Appoint Julie Hester as Assistant Principal Elementary, Desert Knolls, Range 7, Column 1, on the certificated management salary schedule 205, base duty, effective July 1st, 2026. And I might note, the motion passed unanimously with all five. So, four. I mean, four.
It would have been 5.
Maria would have supported you. This is good. Congratulations. And that's all that is reportable.
Thank you. All right, union representatives, California School Employees Association, CSEA, J.C. Scott.
All right, we on? All right, cool. All right, good afternoon, Superintendent Nilsson, District Cabinet, President Sabers, members of AVUDA, members of the community, and my union siblings of CSEA Apple Valley 828. My name is J.C. Scott, and I'm the duly elected chapter president for this local and regional representative for this area. I hope everyone is enjoying their summer so far. Normally, the labor unions take the summer board meetings off, but I felt it was important and necessary to speak today. On behalf of the employees of Apple Valley Unified School District who suffered either a layoff or reduction due to the fiscal crisis we witnessed under our current administration, I strongly oppose any increase to compensation for board members or administrators within this district. It would be a slap in the face to every single employee who had food taken off their table or money taken out of their pockets to fund any increase in compensation for those at the top, not even a month after these devastating cuts were fully ratified. Families are still trying to figure out how they're going to pay their rent, keep their lights on, afford groceries, and provide for their children because of decisions made in this district. To now discuss increasing compensation for leadership while classified employees, educators, and staff are still carrying the burden of these cuts demonstrates a complete disconnect from the reality your employees are living in. Morale across the district has been shattered. Employees who dedicated years, and in many cases decades, of service to this community were told there was simply no money available. Yet somehow when it comes to administrative and board compensation, the conversation suddenly changes, and this is unacceptable. Leadership is supposed to model sacrifice during times of crisis, not reward itself when employees suffer the consequences of fiscal mismanagement. If this board and administration truly wish to rebuild trust with employees and the community, the focus should be on restoring positions, supporting classrooms, protecting students and their services, and repairing the damage done to the workforce, not enriching those already in positions of power. Additionally, I must ask why this board continues entertaining the idea of paying missed compensation for a board member who has repeatedly fail to fulfill the basic responsibilities of the position. We're talking about a member who has missed important district events such as graduations, missed multiple board meetings this year, failed to attend nearly any school functions, or set foot on the campus since being elected, and by all appearances has largely checked out from actively serving this community. At a time when employees were told every dollar mattered, how can this district justify discussions surrounding compensation for duties that were never performed? Taxpayer dollars are not meant to function as a reward for absence or disengagement. The public has every right to question whether paying compensation under these circumstances begins to cross into the territory of gift of public funds. Employees like myself and many others are expected to show up every single day to serve students, often under difficult conditions with limited resources. They're held accountable for their attendance, their performance, and their professionalism. The community deserves to know why, and the same standard does not appear to apply equally to the elected leadership. The employees of this district have not forgotten the sleepless nights, the uncertainty, the fear, and the heartbreak caused by these layoffs and the reductions. Increasing compensation at the top right now sends a clear message to employees that their sacrifices were never shared equally. I urge this board to reject any proposed increase for compensation and instead demonstrate genuine accountability, humility, and respect for the employees who continue to hold this district together despite the instability that we all have endured. In sincere hope for fairness and accountability, President J.C. Scott.
All right, the board may approve the agenda as is or add and/or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and/or action. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
All right, I'll second it. We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore? Aye. Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Okay, item D, recognition and presentations. We're going to have Mr. Schlosser present the District English Language Advisory Committee DLAC presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to invite up Mariana Torres, Director of our Equity and Access Department. This is the annual time when I get to hand off someone who's got a lot better at this than I am. And usually we have the presence of some of our DLAC representatives to this meeting. This one, we couldn't work it out and we had a last minute cancellation, so we don't have representatives, but Ms. Torres does know the information quite well. We have a lot to celebrate this year. And so she's going to already has taken over the screen. And so let's hand it off to her and hear the good news.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you about our progress in the program. We want to make sure that one of the first things that we're here to do is just to not only go through all of the progress, but have an opportunity to talk about where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. The purpose of this really has to do with making sure that we keep everyone on the same page in regards to the work that's next and how we're going to get that work done. And as we go through this, the number of English learners, we are currently serving 1,484 students. Now you'll see that we were orange this year, and there is a decline. But with that decline, I always have to preface that with the fact that, and I know it's going to sound just a little bit weird, but we love to kick children out of our program. And you're going to be like, that doesn't sound very nice, but it is, right? We have English learners that are designated English learners after they take the LPAC, the initial LPAC, and in that designation, we are we are there to support them. We are there to make sure that they get their designated and integrated ELD. We are there to make sure that each of their teachers has their EL certification. We have a wonderful set of paraeducators that support them in the classroom. And as they take their annual LPAC, we hope to kick them out. And when they reach the 4, they get their SBAC scores, they have their teacher's recommendation, they have the parents' approval. We go through that process. So technically, when you're looking at the students that we're serving, what the number that you're looking at is not the true number of English learners that we ever had in the district, right? So when we're looking at a decrease, we're looking at only the students that continue to test or that were newcomers into our system. So we're still working on making sure that they're making that progress. And as you can see, our progress has been steady, but the biggest piece that we are working through is making sure that as they reach that proficiency and they have the skills that they need, that they continue to be successful. So remember, you're only looking at the ones that are still in the program. But in the last 4 years, coming out of the pandemic, coming out of one of the toughest times for our English learners in which they were not getting that practice. It was rough for everyone. But imagine that all the things that sort of help you build that muscle were not necessarily there. So as you can see, we are progressing to really getting back to a place where we are reclassifying a good amount of English learners, and we're really making that progress. And beyond that, we now have something that's called the alternative LPAC, which is really for our most significant cognitive disability students. So, when you look at that number on the top, the first thing that I was like, but you gotta know, the students are doing really well. When you're talking about 24 students took that test that they qualified to take and that the team believed that was the right test for them. In California, reclassification rates are 12 to 14%. And our kiddos that are struggling and that, are still working through all of the things that they're doing, they're still surpassing that. That's huge. So it's a really cool thing to celebrate because they're making progress. They are really working through. And as you can see, that our numbers are starting to diminish because we're making sure that if they do not need that language proficiency assessment anymore because they're making that reclassification criteria with the 3, that we're making the progress and that we're monitoring them for 4 years. So technically, the kiddos that we really want to make sure that they do not stay stagnant is those LTELs, those long-term English learners. And those are kiddos that have been considered English learners for more than 5 years. That 6th year is when they start being there, which is about 19% roughly of our population. And a lot of the work that we're doing really is about making sure that if there's anything other than language proficiency, that we're really looking at that Swiss cheese and that we're giving them those interventions, because academic language is what we teach every single kid, right? And we're making sure that we have those supports for those students. So, but the other 80%, they're moving along. They're making that progress. And I want to point out something really quick. 921 students are actually in our system as reclassified students, which is pretty good. It's a great number. But really the impact of that is here. When you're looking at the CASP scores and you're looking, no surprise, English learners, such as one day myself. Like when you're learning English, you're probably going to struggle a little bit with that ELA test, right? Like that's going to take some time for all of those things to really get in there and be able to make sense and sort of categorize. But then when you're looking at our reclassified students, we are 1.1 point below standard. There are 52 points higher than English-only students. That tells you that as we're looking at those students, that dual language helps, the support that they were giving helps, and it really, they're outscoring other students. So as we look at math, we'll see a very similar pattern. Now, not surprisingly, again, we're working through that language proficiency. So if you're currently an English learner, you'll have that you're still working through, because I got to tell you, math was hard, not because of the numbers, but because of the words and how those words sometimes didn't make a whole lot of sense. So as we're looking at this, it is for me very proud to say that when you're looking at all students and you're looking at English learners in this district, you can see that we're side by side. That's very unique to our system. We have very supportive counselors that are assigned to English learners that are there to support families even when students are reclassified. And even our long-term English learners that we know are still working through and struggling a little bit, we're still talking about a 1%. So it's pretty awesome. And we attribute that to the system. Now, our chronic absenteeism, this is something new to us. We usually don't see our numbers being a little bit low. I was like, okay, let's talk about this. So we talked about it in DLAC. And one of the things that they pointed out is that in our community, this has been a rough year in which many families had uncertainty about being out on the streets, being, taking their kids to school, or if they had to be at an appointment or something, how they were going to get back to their family. So we are conscientious of that and really working towards making sure that they're aware that school is a safe place, that we want to make sure that they know that they're welcome and that they'll be taken care of. And so a lot of the work that we're going to be doing this year is just to reiterate that message and make sure that they know that, there are kids and we want them there. They need to be there to learn. Suspension rate, it's a little bit higher, a little bit lower, a little bit higher, but one of the things that I wanted to point out is when you're looking at those numbers, I believe it was a very small number of students that makes that difference, because obviously we're looking at a much smaller number of students. But one of the things that when we're working through this is really putting systems in place to make sure that as they're coming up, we have some outlets. If they're having or feeling some anxiety or anger, that they have the ability to actually get their support, regardless of if they have gathered the language or not. And so we have systems in place to provide mental health resources in multiple languages. Now, with that said, the other side of this, and I know you guys actually have been able to see it, so you know where the pictures came from. You guys were there. We had our Cinco de Mayo celebration, and one of the things that we're very proud to say is that now we're coming into third grade. Like, it's crazy to think that these little kiddos are building up into the system. And then we are offering 7th and 8th grade classes. And finally in high school, we have Spanish and French. And our hope is that in this system, we are going to have a TK through 12 program that will be able to meet students where they are in their language journey. So it's very exciting. to be able to be building that program. And if you haven't had a chance to go, I got to tell you, it's my happy place. Like you can't feel anything negative when it comes to sitting there. But just wanted to remind everyone why we do this. And there's so many different supports and different things that tell you that dual language is helpful. I won't read them to you, but I just wanted to make sure that I put them back there, because even with self-control and even with attention span and even with managing our behavior, when we support language, we support them. So we want to make sure that we continue to embrace what they bring. And as we exit high school and we get that diploma, I just wanted to say, guys, we started with like 28 kids across our district years ago. And we're talking 114, which is the most students that have ever received a seal in our system. And I got to tell you, both of the counselors were like, we're going to have more next year. We're going to have more. So it is very exciting to see, because this opens opportunities across every labor force, connecting to any and all communities. So it is very exciting to see. Our district advisory committee, our English learners, our DLAC, didn't want to change. They're like, we're still going to make 3%. We're going to do that 7%. We're going to do that 7% every 3 years. We're going to adjust. We're going to get there. And we're making that progress. And at the end of the day, we are here to make that progress every day until every single one of the students can get kicked out. And we're going to be here to support them and make sure that we're monitoring them for those 4 years and that they continue to grow the way that they'll be successful. Now, one of the ways that we decided to do this in our program, after consulting with our DLAC reps and our teachers and our students, is to actually have ELD specialists. Now, these specialists are a champion at each site that receives, the QTEL, the Quality Teaching English Learners. We applied for SOS funds and received $56,000 to have trainers of trainers for GLAD, which is Guided Language Acquisition Design, ELL thinking maps, and just really putting these champions at every site so that they have an expert that can support both the certificated and the classified, and that can actually have those conversations with the parents to support how the work is being done. We're seeing a lot of great conversations. We are seeing a lot of great work being done, and we're really looking forward to seeing how those results affect our next set of reclassifications. So that's pretty much it. As I showed you guys the data, supporting our LTEL English learners and our attendance really at making sure that they feel safe, making sure that they understand that we're here for them, and that if they are not feeling safe, that we have some resources to make sure that they can get the support that they need for them and their families. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you for supporting our program so that we can serve our students and our families. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Yes.
Always impressive.
Seems like it was just last year that we started the kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't believe we're on third
Third
already.
grade, yeah.
Yes. And we have a big waiting list.
That's fantastic.
Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you. All right, the LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan presentation.
I should know better than to follow Mariana. That was not wise of me. So I'll do my best here. And I'll just note that there is a public hearing today, and this presentation could have easily gone in the middle of there, but we'll do this presentation now during the hearing. If you have any other questions or if I can interject a couple of things at that time for our required time, I'll do that then. But I just wanted to remind you of just a few things and where we are in that process. As you saw the documents posted, it's huge. It kind of got longer even this year, even though the actual, the goals and actions have really not changed a lot as they shouldn't change in this part of the cycle. And so it still adheres to our mission. And we are in this process of the LCAP all the time. And that means we're either implementing or monitoring results or gathering input from the public and redrafting and then, bringing that back to you. And then our county's involved the whole time. And so we get input from the county, we submit to them. Ultimately, there are oversight and approval process. And then once that's approved, then our budget can be approved and they go hand in hand. And so since we've talked kind of about this last in January or in February, lots of student advisory time. Our kids have a big role in the LCAP. It's important that they do. Of course, we've had our district advisory committees. We had more input this year than most because we had a requirement personally and in the district to be out and getting more input because of our reductions. And so we had just a lot more public input this year. And of course, our leadership, they're required to be part of this as well. And so principals had a chance to make sure and give their input too. And as you know, the survey goes out and widely used this year. It was so great to have our family participation go up by over 1,000. To have that almost 2,500 families participate in this survey was just fantastic. And then the local indicators feedback will come to you for approval, must come at the final meeting where it is put up for adoption with the LCAP. But that process has to start months ago, where we're evaluating our teaching staff and our implementation of the standards and whether or not we're properly engaging parents. So that's all coming. And of course, all the school site councils, especially those school site councils that have equity multiplier funds, because that's goal 4 and 5. So our plan components in that big document, it kind of lines out. It's nice for parents, that budget overview for parents, we call it the BOP. The BOP is the very first part. It's charts and graphs. Cindy Kunkel helps put together and make sure that they reflect our best accurate, our best estimate of funding as of the day it's printed. Of course, that all continues to shift all year, but it's a really nice way to kind of look at it in a big chunk. How much of our funding is LCFF? How much of that is supplemental and concentration? Then there's our summary and reflections and the overall data. And I'll apologize in advance, the data part gets really long now because every student group at every school where there's even a red indicator has to be listed. And so there's just pages of it now because it's now also the first year and then an update year. And so on we go. I'll point out something that's not there. What's not there this year is the whole section called comprehensive school improvement. We have 0 schools who qualified. So the CSI section is blank on purpose. It was the best, I had the best time writing not applicable. And this made me very happy because that's a lengthy section and it really reflects the hard work of the folks at school making those improvements. And so then you saw goals 1 through 3. Those are our same goals and actions, little changed, if anything, slightly reduced in some of the expenditures for them or reduced in the supplemental and concentration grant dollars and maybe with some other categorical dollars included. Updates to both the expenditures as we estimate them for this year, any changes or actions for next year, and then on to goals 4 and 5, which are equity multiplier schools listed there. There's a section called increased or improved services. It's kind of your justification for each action. And then a bunch of tables of data and mostly expenditures and estimated costs for the next year. And then many pages of instructions where I have, the most fun, mostly. Principally directed actions. This is a reminder that you'll see this language in lots of the goals and actions where they must be principally directed to the students who generate these funds. And if they are school-wide or district-wide actions, we have to demonstrate that even though they're principally directed to the students who generate these funds, has to be something that says, we're implementing an action district-wide because we believe that has an impact on those students. And if it happens to benefit all students, so be it. So a good example of that, it's easy to understand for people who I talk to about this, is transportation. We don't exclude students from transportation based on income, or if they're not foster, or if they're not English learners. But that is a goal of ours, but we implement that district-wide if you live within or live outside of the walk radius. So just a reminder there. And so goal 1, the actions are the same, and you'll just notice that the counseling support actions there, the healthcare support is reduced as we took 4 positions out of that action. The school climate supports is still a rather large goal, but it is focused on all kinds of folks who help us maintain school climate and safety. I mentioned transportation. The mental health support still supports therapists and some online services, and we're actually moving to a third-party contractor to do some of that for even reduced cost, in addition to the therapists we have. And then the high school EL counselors, which I think you saw evidence of in a slide that Mariana presented, right? That 93.1% attendance or graduation rate for our English learners is just astounding and well-deserved. Goal 2 has quite a number of actions. And so the instructional coaches supports actually has no funding other than categorical funds, which are used to support, we have a professional developer, teacher who works in that capacity under Title IV and partially Title I. And then we have 2 teachers who support induction. We still have a large number of staff members working to clear their credentials, and they support that work. And then the professional learning goal is almost completely funded this year by the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, not with LCFF funds. And that was, again, by design of the community. CTE, Music and Arts, College Entrance, all programs you know about, and that's what's listed there in those. And then 6 through 10, the ELD program, that's a required goal. It must be funded with these funds. We cannot remove that. Extended learning, this goal has very few LCFF dollars. It's almost all funded with what's called other state, which is our ELOP grant funding. And so we had extended learning dollars in our LCAP before the governor decided it was a good idea. So we were able to then fund this goal completely using that kind of state. I don't want to call it a categorical, it isn't, but it isn't LCFF funding. And then 8 and 9 are very similar. The reading and math is sort of intervention programs. Just a note about number 8 is that is where we're going to put the lion's share of our Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funding in order to bring intervention to the school sites. Those positions, if they are positions or extra hours, have not been filled at this moment because we're going to wait and work with principals to decide what exactly is the need at each school site. And of course, class size reduction, we continue to fund the excess cost of that using these funds, again, with consensus by the community. What I just realized isn't here is number 11. It's another required goal. You're going to notice that it had no expenditures. 211 is the English language development training goal. We had planned to pay for things like the GLAD training, but Ms. Torres was able to get the county to cover that cost with SOS funds. And so she was able to save that $56,000. Good job, I know. Finally, our last district goal is all about family engagement. And so it's our family centers, which again, this will now be funded by a combination of community school grants, and the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant will have a small portion of that goal. The translation services will continue. As you know, now we have translation service, not only our in-house translators, but we have services for example, deaf and hard of hearing. And that requires a couple of different contracts because the services are sometimes intermittently available. And then finally, the parent engagement, helping us maintain communication and the surveys. So I mentioned the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funds. Just a reminder, they are essentially very short term. So anything we're doing there is coming with a kind of an off ramp and a reminder that these funds will be ending. And unless we have another funding source or a different category we can put those expenditures into, if it's a position, but that position will have to be eliminated at the end of the funding. And so that's 2 years out for us. We have kind of I want to say next year's year 2, because technically funding did come this year, but it came so late, it made no sense to spend it without a plan. So we are going to expend the money in year 2 and 3, 26, 27, and 27, 28. It must be expended by July 1 of 28 or sent back. That's what we know today. Again, this is all potentially subject to change at the government level. So we had quite a bit of community input and really good dialogue about the best expenditures there. And as I mentioned, the great majority of the funding is going to professional development of staff and then intervention, which could be staff time or it could be positions, and it will depend on the school site. And that seems like a lot, but we know that that's actually not a lot of people when it's spread across 13 schools. And then our equity multiplier schools, High Desert Premier Academy and Apple Valley Virtual are lumped into Goal 4. And that's because they're both alternative sites and they almost always will qualify because they easily hit that 25% non-stability rate quite easily. And so they are working there to bring in, they have an extra counselor at those school sites to support. They have the Champions program embedded. They get lots of extra funding for field trips and intervention for students. Then at Phoenix Academy in Yucca, some similar activities, but their goals do differ slightly. And of course, their metrics are all based on students in the red, and that varies year to year. Yucca Elementary missed qualifying for funding for next school year by really ultimately one student. So they have to be greater than 25% non-stability. They were exactly 25% non-stability. So if we had one more student have a not complete school year there, of course, that would have been for 23, 24 school year. It's always looking way back in time. Then they would have qualified for money next year, but we never know. And so Mr. Clark and his team, including his school site council, had chosen not to expend all the funds in year one. So they're going to be able to continue what they're doing for another year and spend the carryover. And they do also have a council they've brought on board using equity multiplier funds at Yucca. And Phoenix Academy and Yucca both also participate in the Student Champions program, which you know about. The county has already given feedback. I was able to give a rough draft of the LCAP to them on May 1st, one of the first districts to do that. I chose the earliest date. And that was because our community had done such a good job of giving me good direction during those LCAP meetings. It's just fantastic. I got feedback right away on May 8th. Every suggested change or modification was either argued or made. Sometimes I don't agree, and I think it needs to stay the way it is, but often willing to make an adjustment to something very minor and making it, she's looking for the right kinds of edits that make this a document that's compliant with the law. Those have all been made prior to posting for public hearing. Certainly there will be other minor errors, but I'm hoping that I'll be in dialogue with her at some point after submission, which is on the next steps. It's put to you for adoption on June 11th. If adopted, I'll send it to them I have 5 days to send it. And then we begin the dialogue back and forth. And last year, I think I was in Oregon with Ms. Tucker when we got the word that it was approved last year. I sure hope it's in that same window of time in July where we get approval, because that allows us then really get earnestly implementing. And so that's kind of the basics of this LCAP. Next year will be quite different because it's a complete new 3-year cycle. So it won't be as easy to just update the goals. We really will have quite a potentially large change depending on the community process and their input. So I'll pause there for questions unless you want to wait until the hearing for that, and that's fine too.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that is absolutely fantastic that we don't have any schools in the Continued School Improvement Program, CSI. The school that I'm at, we kind of have 3 schools in one, and we've always had at least one of our schools in it for the entire time I've been there. And I know we were in it at Silverado also during COVID, because we met over Zoom with the people.
Oh,
That's
right.
the only reason I remember that. But
Right.
yeah, so that's fantastic. We do not over here.
Thank you and your team for doing such a phenomenal job on the LCAP. It's kept me company for many nights, so I feel very close to it. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
I do have some questions, and I know I checked in with you prior to the meeting. So as I come and ask these questions, if there's anything that you need more time on, feel free to let me know. I know we're revisiting this next week. So I'll go ahead and start. Like, Trustee Tucker, it's been my friend. It's close to 200 pages document. So it's nice and it's thorough, and I can tell you put in a lot of work. So thank you for all of that. My questions that I had on page 1, and I'm just referring to the document itself. It looks like we're anticipating about $1 million drop in LCFF revenue for enrollment of high need students. So our foster youth English learner and low income students, and approximately 1.8 million drop in budgeted expenditures. And I was just curious, why is there a drop in revenue? Is that because of what you mentioned with Yakaloma, that some aren't qualifying or some students were losing, or?
No, I don't think we have a drop in revenue. What we might, I might need a little clarification. Can you, I don't have it by page in front of me. Okay.
What was that? Now it's this.
Where'd this number come from?
So that's from last year's LCAP.
Okay, I think I understand the question. Last year's, this requires a little backing up.
Yeah.
The money that is considered supplemental in concentration is the component in the calculator generated by those students that are in those unduplicated students who are in the 3 categories of foster youth, English learners, or socioeconomically disadvantaged. So we could get kind of a minimum number, and actually our number last year was more like 41, but our LCAP included expenditures up to 46 million. So we were essentially, because some of the goals were, so we were expending above the base, we were expending in those areas more than the supplemental and concentration grant dollars required strictly. And so we were getting like 41 or something million dollars last year. So that's a different number that is in last year's BOP. But we had expenditures in the total of 46 because we were spending more than we were getting in those categories, simply because some of those things the community had said, please make sure and designate those as over base. And a lot of that was paraeducator positions last year. I don't know if you remember that 2.8 and 2.9 grew in expenditure quite a bit because we had designated them as above base program. And so we were spending more than we were, we have to show expenditures of 41 last year, but we instead spent more like 46. That was our plan. This year, our number actually went up in our supplemental and concentration. So you compare those two numbers, 41 moved to 44. But this year in our planned expenditures, we're pretty close to balanced. So our planned expenditures pretty closely match that 44 because our goal is to spend really close to just that amount. We can't spend less. So again, every expenditure is a guess based on just, so many different factors. But last year, our expenditures exceeded the 41 we were given. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I understand, things are best, projection
Yeah.
and kind of looking at things and how things pan out. So
But-
thank you for that.
So with that, just to make sure we're clear, we're not getting less. There's no reduction in
There's no
S&C revenue.
Thank you. And I noticed a shift of spending of the ELOP from LCFF to categorical funds. And on page 49, and so I was curious, why are we projecting to spend $21 million less for high need students in 25-26? That would be this school year. Why was there projection to spend $21 million less than what we were thinking?
Oh, where's that number coming from?
So $21 million less would have been on the front page, I think. No, it's on page 3.
Back to the BOP.
So here. So last year it was this. Last year it was this, which was a total of about 21.
So you're asking a question about from comparison of the budget overview for parents from 25, 26 to the proposed 26, 27?
Why are we projecting to spend $21 million less for high need students in 25, 26?
In the increased or improved services category? Okay.
Yeah, and feel free to, take that and,
Yeah, I'm going to have to pull those documents and understand just exactly what was contained in last year's BOP. But I think, yeah, and can you give me some time to?
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. no
But
rush.
but I think a good portion of that is going to be the manner in which that was calculated last year. So give me some time.
Okay, absolutely. And then on page 6, I notice chronic absenteeism. The progress has stalled. Looks like approximately 30% of students remain chronically absent. I saw your planned intervention was an expanded team of registered nurses outreach, intervention providers, and incentives. And my question is, how will nurses improve attendance?
And it really isn't expanded anymore, and so I should remove that word. Now we're going to shoulder that burden with fewer folks. And what they've been able to do mostly is home visits. And so they're checking to find out when parents say, my kid can't come to school because they're sick. So it's really helpful to be able to go to the house and say, is it asthma? We can help with that. Is it need diabetes care? And so it's really about chasing the need of the family and helping them understand we're here to help. And we have some healthcare professionals available to support that.
So connecting them to community resources.
Or yes, or a health plan we can write in-house. Sometimes the need is just to understand that we're here for them.
Okay, thank you. And then just a secondary question to that, are we looking to hire LVNs? Because I know we've been contracting those out. Are we looking just to maintain the system as is and continue to contract out? Or are we looking to possibly hire?
We definitely are looking to fill every LVN position we have with a Apple Valley Unified School District employee and only contract out if the need arises. At the moment, we are looking at very few, if any, contract LVNs.
Thank you, because I know that was something costly and you had mentioned.
Yes.
On page 13 and 14, this is in regards to the Learning Recovery Education Block Grant. I notice in section 1, we have, quote, additional staff time, mostly classified, increased to access small group math and literacy interventions. So my question was, with the reduced hours of our paras, how are we accomplishing this?
Kind of mentioned that before. What we're going to let the sites do is determine how that's going to best work. So it could be that they decide they've got a need to extend someone's time, because it might be that it's an afternoon thing, but it could be that they really feel like I really need someone in that window, that kind of really key window of 9:30 to 11:30. I've already got all the people I have during that time. I need another person. And so it could be that it's an additional part-time, short-term, 2-year only intervention. And so we're going to let sites build those plans with the understanding that they are all going to have some flexibility to do that. And that may not work at a high school site, And so it could be time to someone existing, but it could be that it's a person who's coming back to us, but in a shorter capacity.
Okay, thank you. And in section 2, you noted increased professional learning, which I'm personally excited about as an educator. I think this is the best part of the job, as being students ourselves. Will this training be led by district personnel?
Our hope is that some of it will be using in-house personnel. We've got, I mentioned, an excellent trainer on site who's been working with grade level teams. We are also continuing to push into our SOS funding capacity and bring back trainers from groups like Kagan, which was very well received. Still a cost to us because we have to pay for the substitutes. But if the trainers are coming in, we're trying to write grants for that. And we've been successful so far. We haven't heard back for next year yet. It's kind of a slow process, but So that could be a combination of outside trainers and in-house trainers.
And I know we're focused on math, but I personally would also love to see specific staff training in literacy instruction and phonemic development. Just considering as an elementary teacher how crucial literacy support is and the development of that. And I know that we also have a goal in here to increase student achievement in third grade reading. So just a note, like this begins in pre-K through second grade. So I just look forward to, I know our focus is on math, but I think that's also a very key part of.
Well, I'll just mention that we've had these literacy link ups now for we're going into year 3, and they really have been breaking down those standards and working really hard. And I think you'll see our test scores are showing growth in that area. So although math will be a new added focus, we have been focused on literacy pretty carefully, and the teachers have developed a really strong scope and sequence that I think they're very proud of.
Yes, I know you were looking into that curriculum too with who we work with
Yeah.
for our discipline. And then in section 4, it notes the superintendent's instructional advisory committee. And would this be new?
This would be new, using a small amount of money just if there was need to pay folks to participate. And it was a strong request of the community that they really wanted a metric. And so, Mrs. Nelson, maybe I'll let you speak to that if you wanted to mention.
Yes, it's been a discussion, and it would not just be, we have student advisories and we have parent advisories. So it was bringing in instructional staff to sit and have discussions about next steps and have their feedback, so that when you as board members have ideas of things that you'd like to see us do, I would like to be prepared to at least have staff input of what they believe should be happening, because really we're here to support them. And so not unlike times where the board has said to me, we need to do this, this, or this. And I'll say, well, students don't agree. Under student advisory, they have provided the following things as their most important areas. And so not unlike when I've shared those ideas and said that we're here to serve the students and their ideas become the most important to us, this would be similar to that in being able to provide feedback.
Thank you. So instructional staff, that would be teachers or administrators?
I already meet with principals and co-administrators on a regular basis, so this would be certificated teachers. We might include some paraprofessionals because they are also instructional staff.
Thank you. And I'm excited about the success that we've had with the technical assistance model with SBCSS for our African-American students, and that we're even now looking to extend it to our foster youth. I personally would love to see this program in action. I don't know if that's a possibility. I was just curious, Superintendent Nelson, I don't know if you're the one to ask, but could somebody coordinate that for me?
I'm going to speak on this. We have to build relationships with our families directly. And so what we have done so far is Renee Castillo has worked with families in a parent advisory model. I was there for the beginning of that, but I did step out so that they could have honest and open conversations about the needs. And so I'm going to recommend that we get it moving. And then if you would like to observe a portion of it, absolutely. But understand that when we change the dynamic in the room and it becomes a problem for us. And we want to be sure we're supporting our families and having them feel comfortable with what they're having to share in those rooms.
Absolutely. I was just curious about the technical assistance model. I know we've been using that with our African-American students and have seen growth with that. So yeah, I was just interested in the program. So I appreciate you.
It's not a program. So I'm going to let Mr. Schlosser answer that. There is no program that comes with this. This is us working with the county on best practices and then them supporting those with linking us with different community members and organizations to make these things happen. Mr. Schlosser?
Yeah, that's right. Essentially, what the county is doing there is they're providing to us change management guidance. So the protocol that they're providing to us, do you need a pen?
Yes, please. I'm like, mine ran out of ink. Thank you.
Our technical assistance from the county comes in the form of they've got Tamara Simpson, who they've assigned to us. And what she does is she's taken our initial planning day where we sat down with a lot of folks, team members and a foster parent, kind of looked at the data and then decided we really wanted to focus on two main areas. One, parent engagement, and thus the foster parent advisory that got going, which was lovely. And then the second thing was making sure that there was kind of a foster youth liaison point of contact at every school site. And so principals have designated that person. We're going to work on getting training going. It's not their program, but they have said, oh, we know someone in Chafee who's done that. And they've connected us to that, and we've been able to get good ideas. And we're going to be building that training for the fall. And so it's very in-house and organic. They're there to make sure that every 2 weeks we have a check-in. They have allowed us to continue to check in with Sharina Betters, which she was our technical assistance provider for African-American youth. And we don't want to let her go because we love her. And so now I get 2 county check-ins, and it's really quite helpful. And so we use that as a time to get ideas, get a nudge, but there really isn't, I mean, it's in my office, it's a small thing. Sometimes so it would be, it's not really something to observe other than we report to you as we make progress.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, great. Thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate it. And on the goal 1 for a safe and nurturing learning environment, I'm glad that our overall graduation rate has improved by quote unquote 3.6 percentage points. But I am concerned that students at Granite Hills High School had only a 0.1% increase. So as we continue to discuss equity across our campuses, it's important to reflect on this data. Goal number 2, cradle to career. I noticed we had some CASP scores on page 52 and math on page 54. I don't know if I'm missing something, but do we have any data for Granite Hills High School on that?
Give me a moment. Not every student group from every school is required to be listed, only if they were in the red. And so there's lots of schools and school group and students missing, and that was only for the baseline year. And so we have not added Granite Hills to this because they did not qualify as being listed as an indicator school during the baseline year of 2023. So that is certainly available. That's all this is straight from the California School Dashboard. It's very public, but it's not in this document because it's not required to be. It's not because I'm trying to omit any school. It's because I'm trying to keep it as short as I can.
Yes, I appreciate that. I was just curious. I'm like, I read it over a few times.
Yes,
I'm
it's
like,
missing. You're correct.
Okay. And then goal number 3, family and community engagement. I just wanted to give a shout out to our family center. I noticed the increase of families served with food is up 2,800 families, clothing serving up 1,500, and then other services up 2,958. So well done. I know that our family centers just pour a lot of heart and time and effort into that. So I just wanted to extend a congratulations there.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
So I have, just so I know, I have one question not answered having to do with the BOP,
Yes.
the budget overview for parents and the comparison between the 2 years
Yes.
in that one metric. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You got it.
Does anyone else have any questions? All right, we'll move on to board comments. Renee Longshore.
Okay, I felt like basketball. You know, you run to the other end of the court and then somebody steals the ball and you got to turn around and run straight back. But here I am, board comments. The past couple of weeks were busy, filled with celebration as we cheered on the graduating class of 2026. Seniors and staff from High Desert Premier Academy, Granite Hills, and Apple Valley High School braved the cold and wild desert wind to celebrate years of hard work and accomplishment. It was in stark contrast to the 90-degree heat we walked through to get to an air-conditioned gym where we cheered on graduates of our adult ed program as they received their well-earned high school diplomas just yesterday. Congratulations and best of success to you all. I also attended a couple of May revision workshops to better understand updates to the governor's budget. I was pleased to hear that revenues were up and we were anticipating a balanced budget in 26-27 and 27-28 with no deficit, even though operating deficits remain. Hopefully they find ways to cut spending far away from kids. As we look to consider our own budget for the 26-27 school year, I'm hopeful that detailed data from the budget financial report fueled these projections. According to our FCMAT audit, it is important that this board be accurately informed. We give the green light to overspend and borrow, all to the detriment of AVUSD. By 2030, annual repayment of loans acquired before Trustee Tucker and I joined the board will top approximately $1.8 million per year, approximately $12 million total according to the 2025 NIGRO and NIGRO audit report. These are funds that will not be spent on the future needs of our kids. And the board just gave the okay to borrow more by a vote of 3-2. How much interest do we need to pay before AVUSD is forced to change its ways? Instead of managing our money, saving, or collecting millions of dollars in interest like neighboring districts, we recklessly spend and then hand money to the banks, all while staff suffers, their positions volatile as we issue RIFs, make cuts, and navigate turnover at unprecedented rates. It's hard to believe that 6 years ago, we had no loans. What are we doing, and how is this best for kids? It's simply not. Financial instability breaks the continuum of education. We need to consider ways to cut spending, like scaling back costs for administrators and supervisors, shifting management positions to the classroom and school sites through natural attrition, prioritize kids, make reasonable predictions for revenue and expenditures based on patterns over time, and stick to the budget. We need to build reserves. I do hope that school services will help this board to understand our finances, especially in the Special Reserve Fund for Capital Outlay. Quote unquote, from NIGRO and NIGRO's 2025 audit report, this fund exists primarily to provide for the accumulation of general fund money for capital outlay purposes. It was never intended to be a bottomless vat of transfers, borrowing, and spending. We need to be strategic, look for opportunities to invest in student learning, not accumulate debt through site development and infrastructure. I have spent so much time combing through numbers. Let me be clear, these are not my numbers or my projections. Our business office handles that. My role is public service, striving to be informed and to inform, offering truth and transparency or accountability as need be. My hope in facilitating this conversation is that we can move toward more accurate projections and make informed decisions for the spending of public funds. As we consider setting the direction for AVUSD today, let us keep in mind, trying something different is not a bad thing. Sometimes it is necessary and far past due. Thank you.
Rick,
And no comment, thank you.
Anita,
Good afternoon. The past couple weeks have been truly wonderful as we celebrated our students' graduations. While the weather may have been cold, the smiles of our graduates and the pride of their families brought warmth to every ceremony. As board members, teachers, administrators, staffs, and families, we recognize that graduation is a significant milestone in our students' lives and the first of many accomplishments to come. It was an honor to participate in the celebrations at High Desert Premier Academy, Granite Hills High School, Apple Valley High School, and Apple Valley Adult Education. In addition to our graduates, we also celebrated students moving forward through promotion ceremonies across the district. These events highlight the hard work, dedication, growth, and perseverance of our students as they continue in their educational journeys. Congratulations to all of our students, staff, and families on these remarkable achievements. I would also like to thank Mr. Schulenberg for inviting me to attend the Capital Advisors Budget Workshop last week. I truly appreciate the opportunity to continue learning more about school funding and California's education budget, which helps us make informed decisions on behalf of our students and community. As we celebrate June, we recognize Pride Month, a time to honor the history, resilience, and contributions of the LGBTQ+ community. Pride Month traces its origins to the Stonewall Uprising in 1969 and has grown into a worldwide movement advocating for dignity, equality, and inclusion. In our schools, it is important that every student feels safe and supported. Safe, seen, and supported. When students learn in welcoming, inclusive environments, they're better positioned to succeed both academically and emotionally. We remain committed to fostering a culture of respect, kindness, and belonging for all our students. We also recognize Juneteenth on June 19th, which commemorates the day in 1865 when Union troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, to announce the emancipation of enslaved people in Texas, marking an important milestone in our nation's history and the ongoing pursuit of freedom and equality. And finally, we celebrate Father's Day this month. We honor fathers, grandfathers, guardians, mentors, and all those who serve as father figures and make a positive impact in the lives of our children. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Each of the events that I also attended has already been discussed, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Superintendent Nelson.
I do want to comment on graduation and promotion season because it's always one of our most fulfilling times to watch the students cross the stage. Well, I don't think this was the coldest one to date. People can argue with me about this, but 23 years of this, I have to say I think there have been colder ones. But 3 days of bitter cold and wind did make it interesting. I know that our graduates will have a lifetime of memories as they experience what I was calling graduation obstacle course, holding diploma covers, hats, sashes, and cell phones while simultaneously shaking hands and walking. I will point out that we learned how to shake hands with 2 or 3 fingers because that's all that was out for a student, but they were shaking as they were doing it and they all had smiles. And so I agree that it was heartwarming to experience it. Yesterday's adult education graduation is always wonderful to be our last because of the obstacles and barriers that these students have faced in order to either get their diploma or their high school equivalency. Our speaker from Apple Valley was one that participated in a CTE program where they didn't just receive 1 certification, but 3 in medical so that they can be in the workforce. But as they spoke yesterday, they spoke about addiction and not the addiction that we would assume somebody would talk about at graduation, a student that's attending adult ed, but rather the addiction that grew as she started in adult ed because she found adults that were supporting her and she became addicted to learning. So for me, watching that, it doesn't matter who the student is. It doesn't matter the year. It is one of the most powerful educational experiences I have. But then to turn, I feel like we have to celebrate other things. So last week, several weeks back, almost a month and a half ago, I was asked to provide students to speak at the county superintendent's advisory for his leadership up here in the high desert. So he had an all hands management meeting And I needed to come up with 3 students who had participated in their superintendent advisory for the county. Those students meet with the county superintendent and facilitators twice during the year. They take on a community problem and come up with solutions for it. Often the focus is mental health. They are typically related to students and what they want to see happen either at their schools or in the community. This year, it was Apple Valley High School's graduation day. And while I had a student from Apple Valley High School that was willing to come in between practice, we focused on Granite instead, and because we were going to try to bring one from each of the schools. Sophia Vega, who is now a senior because we are officially out of that last school year, Elizabeth Nash, who is also going to be a senior, and Yedudo Pang, who is going into her sophomore year at Granite Hills High School, presented. And I will tell you that I was thrilled to be there to watch these young ladies present their what project they worked on with other students throughout the high desert. They did not work together on a project. They worked with students from throughout the high desert high schools. And afterward, Dr. Sharina Betters was the one that introduced them, and she said to me, Trinae, there have been a lot of presentations regionally. So they had done one the day before. She goes, these girls, where did you find them? And I said, well, I didn't. I know them. And Yedu was the only one I had not met. But I will tell you, they did our district proud. I think Dr. Betters was most struck when Elizabeth Nash asked her before the presentation, which voice should I use? Should I use my empathetic voice or my direct voice? I mean, she had a whole series of questions for Dr. Betters. So they did a wonderful job, and the county was very proud to have them there, and they got a standing ovation. As you know, our students are in Atlanta competing in Skills USA Nationals. Currently, we have 2 students who are in the top 12 nationally and will be competing in round 2. So we don't know the outcome yet, but Nico Day will be competing in round 2 for Job Skills Demo, and Effie Avila will be in round 2 for Prepared Speech. And I knew you'd want to hear that. While the World's event for skills, there is a World's event, is in China this year. Those 2 events, however they rank them, they have already identified who's moving on to World, but our students still have the opportunity to receive gold in the event if they score that. And then I would like to update at the May 7th board meeting, the board approved resolution 252613, which was the issuance of the tax and revenue anticipated notes, the trans. As part of the CSBA trans pool, the firm Dale Scott identified $4.5 million as needed for Fund 1. However, we declined participation in the issuance of the trans because the board also approved Resolution 252618, which is temporary borrowing between funds. So we will be utilizing this process. Unless something changes drastically with state apportionments, we do not anticipate taking the need for a trans in the 26-27 school year. So I want to just point out that while we agendize these, it doesn't mean that we're going into debt. It means it allows us to work with California School Board's pool that is established for this purpose to take a loan in the event that our apportionments will not allow us the cash to make payroll and some of the other items. And it's a fairly normal thing to do. So felt like the board should have that as update. And then I'm going to speak publicly about my pay. Well, there's nothing agendized for my salary. There would be required agendized item for any salary increase for any executive cabinet up here. I want to make sure that I've stated this before. The way this works is if there is any salary increase, it would be agendized, the amounts would be listed, and it would be publicly read out during a board meeting. It cannot be a consent agenda item. Effective July 1st, this was the last readout, 2022, the superintendent's annual salary will be $246,189.24. Effective January 1, 2023, the superintendent's annual salary shall increase to $253,501.12. Effective July 1, 2023, the superintendent's annual salary shall be increased to $255,803,000
$0.44. The superintendent shall be entitled to receive any longevity pay for which she qualifies under the adopted classified management guidelines as stipulated in Section 3. Publicly, that is the last raise that I received, was in 2023. So while there's a lot of rumor out there that I'm receiving a raise and this is going to be done secretly, that's not factual. Nonetheless, while we're talking about this, we are not overpaid as managers in Apple Valley Unified School District. In fact, if a new administrator moves into an AP position at an elementary school and has served in our district for 25 years, they will take a daily rate reduction to move into administration. Our cabinet makes $203,199.88. A neighboring district pays an assistant superintendent $67,000 more than the assistant superintendents in Apple Valley Unified School District. That assistant sup in a neighboring district makes $14,500 more than I do. So as we boast about the pay that the managers make in this district, the need to remove them, I'm going to be very clear that this is a difficult position to be in. I have not requested a raise. I have not requested anything. And to continue to be accused of the fact that I'm being overpaid, in fact, that's one district that this school year, I will make $45,000 less than a neighboring district's superintendent who has served the same amount of time that I have. So we stay because we are community members, love our district, but the future of Apple Valley Unified School District, people want to point the finger, I will take the blame for the budget. I didn't operate on that on my own, nor did I create a narrative that was dishonest or untruthful and sell that to the board. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that there is nothing here. And if there was a raise to be provided, the public would have to know, it would have to be read out. And that is true of all the assistant superintendents. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam President, thank you for bringing that clarification, Trene, to us here. It's unfortunate that we have a union president that does not understand it or doesn't have the capability to understand it, or maybe he does understand it, but he likes to throw rocks and stones at everybody just to keep the chaos going. But it was well said, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments?
I have not received any public comments.
All right, we're going to move on to item G, public hearing, and we will be conducting a public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed in the 2026-2027 Local Control Accountability Plan for the district. I now open the public hearing at 3:18 p.m. regarding the 2026-2027 Local Accountability Plan, or the LCAP. Mr. Schlosser.
Thank you. And although I think we had a chance to talk about quite a bit of the items, and I don't have an answer for that other one, I didn't want to be looking now. I did verify that my answer about, I just wanted to double check on the Granite Hills High School 2023 CAFS math scores. Wondering, why weren't they listed there? I did confirm that for that school year, Granite Hills High School had a distance from standard of 129. They were in the orange. 0 students in the student groups in the red, 1 in the yellow, 5 in the orange. That's out of order. It should be 0 in the red, 5 in the orange, 1 in the yellow. Apple Valley High School had a distance from standard of 159. They were 30 points below, with 4 student groups in the red. So that's, you had me panicked that I missed a school, but they're not there for the right reasons. Granite Hills simply had outperformed Apple Valley High School that year by quite a bit. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board regarding the 2026-2027 Local Accountability Plan, or LCAP, that have not been answered yet? Except for the one that you referenced that you'll get. Are there any public comments regarding the 2026-2027 Local Accountability Plan? Hearing no further public comment, I now close the public hearing for the 2026-2027 Local Accountability Plan at 3:19 p.m. Next, we'll conduct a public hearing on the 2026-2027 proposed Apple Valley Unified School District operating budget. I now open the public hearing at 3:20 p.m. regarding the 2026-2027 proposed Apple Valley Unified School District operating budget. Mr. Schulenberg.
Thank you. I'm going to apologize because this is probably going to be the longest public hearing we've ever had, because I'm going to be reviewing my slide deck for the proposed budget. I'm also prepared to answer some questions that were submitted by Trustee Longshore yesterday, so I'll review those afterwards. So first off, here we are with the proposed budget for 26-27. In putting this budget together, again, we use our estimated actuals as of May 26. That's an estimate of the financial activity in the current year, which of course will be reconciled for the unaudited actuals that will come in September. We use the governor's January proposal, this May revise, the FCMAT LCFF calculator, school services dartboard, and of course the SBCSS, the common message that comes out of the county schools office. So if we look at our estimated actuals for 25-26 and take a look at this particular slide, you'll see that we are estimating a deficit spend on the unrestricted side of the general fund to about $7.5 million, and a deficit spend of about $500,000 on the restricted side. So in total, a deficit spend of about $8 million on the general fund, combined with an ending fund balance of a little over $23 million, and you can see the components there. You see our designation for economic uncertainty on the unrestricted column is $8,075,814. That does meet our 3% required reserve. We do not meet the board goal of 5%. That is our estimate as of now. And again, these will be reconciled as we move toward unaudited actuals and the actual financial activity, which of course then will be audited by our auditor. So the revenue detail, again, this is just digging down into the current year. You'll see our LCFF sources. There's all unrestricted federal revenue, the majority of which is restricted. Other state revenue, which comes on both sides, mostly restricted, and of course, other local revenues that we receive. So we're projecting about $261 million in total revenue into our Fund 01 General Fund. This is the detail of the LCFF. And I know there was a question posed at one point with the education protection account. You'll see a resolution in the discussion action session this evening that specifically deals with the education protection account funds, which were created. The education protection account was created by Proposition 30, renewed by Proposition 55. Those monies are a tax on gross income over, I think it's $250,000, but don't quote me on that. It's the high earners in California pay a little bit more personal income tax. Those are deposited in the education protection account. That cash is allocated out to districts and can be spent. We choose to, per resolution that the board approves, to spend all of that EPA on certificated salary and benefits, as you cannot spend it on administrator costs or administration costs. So there's just the components of how the LCFF comes in terms of revenue, unrestricted. Our federal revenue detail, you see it's restricted. The all other federal revenue, $422,000, that's E-rate. Mr. Buchanan does a great job of utilizing the E-rate and going out and finding those funds for technology projects in Apple Valley Unified. Unfortunately, it's sporadic and unknown when it's going to flow. And you'll see on the restricted side, our special education, $2.6 million. And of course, our title programs as part of the federal revenue. We move on to other state. This is what we're estimating under our other state revenue. Mostly restricted, some unrestricted. We have that mandated cost reimbursement. That's the mandate block grant that you may hear in the school services and capital advisors workshops. We apply for that on a yearly basis. Our unrestricted lottery, and the 2.8 million down at the bottom is the transportation reimbursement. And then you'll see the restricted programs. A large portion of that all other state revenue for the 25-26 year was the discretionary block grant that we received, equity multiplier, and a couple of other resources within that. Local revenues. Community redevelopment funds not subject to the LCFF deduction of 1.8 million. That is the RDA revenue that flows into Apple Valley Unified as a restricted resource, which is annually transferred to Fund 40, our special reserve fund for capital outlay. It is restricted to capital projects. Years ago, the district and the board made the decision to consistently transfer that into Fund 40 for it to be held there. That currently pays the debt service on our COPs, which do not impact the unrestricted general fund. And you'll see the rest of the other local revenue details. So if we look at the expenditure detail, here's the major object codes. And I say major object codes as the 1000s, 2000s, 3000s, et cetera. Lump them all together. We're estimating currently about $267 million of expenses. This kind of breaks it down in a little pie chart, a visual. You'll see 77% of those expenses are in the, what I'm going to say, the 1s, 2s, and 3s, the certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits. So about 77% of our total general fund expenses are spent directly on the people that serve our students. Here's detail for the 25-26 certificated salary detail. You'll see teachers, pupil support, administrators. A little over 88 million in total. Classified salaries detail, classified instructional, support, technical office, and other classified are your bargaining unit salaries, and then of course classified administrators. A little under 45 million total. The employee benefits, you'll see the majority of the expenses that land in the employee benefits category is actually our contributions to the retirement systems on behalf of our employees for STRS and PERS. Health and welfare costs are the next largest at a little over 24.5 million. Workers' compensation, our OPEB, and other employee benefits there. That the lion's share of that is our PARS supplemental retirement program payments, 2 of which occurred in the current fiscal year. As we move into 26-27, we will only have 1 payment, as this year we made the 5th payment from the supplemental retirement we did in 2021. Thank you. Books and supplies detail, you'll see again the majority of the expenses reside on the restricted side. A little under 15 million total is projected in the current year. Services, this is the 5,000s. Again, the majority on the restricted side of the budget, estimating a little under 31 million for the current year. Capital outlay. Capital outlay was a little inflated this year because we used some restricted funding to pay for some TK classrooms that were installed. So that's a little higher than we've seen in previous years. But again, most of it resides on the restricted side, and the most of that is within our routine restricted maintenance account. Land, buildings, and improvements of buildings and equipment. Other outgo, payments to districts or charter schools, payments to county offices, those support our students in county programs. The transfer of that pass-through revenue, that is the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. We get 3.895 million in, and we send 3.895 million out to the districts that are part of the consortium. And other outgo, transfers of indirect costs, those are restricted programs and other funds that were allowed to take indirect costs to support the administration of those programs. And again, a transfer, inter-fund transfer out to Fund 40. Those are those RDA funds I spoke of earlier that flow in to Fund 1 as a restricted resource. Now into next year. So some assumptions. Our ADA, unfortunately, is trending down, but it's this 12,609 is a little bit higher for this next year because we use the 3-year average. That's the best of what we're able to use in our LCFF revenue. With the FCMAT LCFF calculator, the statutory COLA is funded at 2.87%, and then the LCFF augmentation that the governor has proposed at 1.44% applied to the LCFF base grants only. It does not apply to many of the other programs. It doesn't apply to the transportation add-on or the TK add-on within the LCFF. Unfortunately, what the governor has done, it's unfortunately the way he's done it. It's not an unfortunate program. I think it's an incredible program for our employees, the paid pregnancy disability leave. There are absolutely costs that will come along with that. But what the governor did is he called his augmentation a super COLA and then mandated a program to be paid for within a COLA. COLAs are designed for districts to continue exactly what they were doing the year prior with a COLA. New programs don't come as COLAs. New programs come as mandates with funding and support of them. And I know the Senate and the Assembly are in support of the paid pregnancy disability leave, which again is a great program, but I think they're still hashing out how to actually fund it, whether it's going to be funded through this augmentation or through a different mandate, different funding source. So our LCFF, this year we were about 190 million. Next year we're projecting about 199 million of LCFF funds. Federal revenues, we're budgeting a little over 11.3. Again, a small portion of that unrestricted, mostly on the restricted side. Again, that's special education and our title programs. State revenues, we're budgeting a little over 51.5 million. Again, the lion's share of that is restricted with your lottery, restricted lottery, ELOP, Prop 28, the block grant. And we are assuming receipt of the governor's proposed student support professional development block grant at the $937 per ADA per school services. That's at the governor's proposed level of $5 billion of funding for that particular grant. The Senate in their budget proposal proposed a level of funding at $6.5 billion, and the Assembly has proposed somewhere in between $5 and $6.5 billion, but also proposed a different funding structure to fund more towards school districts with higher unduplicated pupil counts. So we'll have to see where that one lands as the state approves their budget. As again, we'll have to see where the COLA and augmentation land as the state works through and approves their budget. Again, on the revenue side, we're assuming receipt of the TK through 3 grade span adjustment revenue and the TK add-on. Again, that add-on only receives the statutory COLA of 2.87%. It does not receive that augmentation. We're funding our routine restricted maintenance at 3%. And of course, we are also expecting receipt of the transportation add-on within the LCFF. Again, it's not listed on there, but that only receives the statutory COLA of 2.87%. So on the expenditure side, of course, we account for step and column for all units, any negotiated impacts to salary and health and welfare benefits. And just to remind everybody, with the transition to CalPERS effective July 1, 2025, we had an open enrollment in the spring of 25, and then we had an open enrollment in the fall of 25 for a January 1, 26 effective date, because CalPERS is a calendar year benefit program. So we'll have an open enrollment this fall for a January 1, 2027 effective date, but CalPERS will publish their rates next month. So we'll have a good idea of what those rates are going into that open enrollment, and we'll be able to look at our budget and see what kind of adjustments might need to be made. Also on the expenditure side, of course, the LCAP, which Mr. Schlosser reviewed, we budget those expenses as ongoing expenses. The supplemental and concentration funding does flow within the LCFF, so it's considered unrestricted, but it's unrestricted with strings attached. But the nice thing is we're able to put what those strings are on that money with our goals and our action steps. So this next section, I apologize, it's kind of confusing, but I want to make sure we do understand in 26-27, the required minimum reserve is 3%. Now that is unrestricted, unassigned. So restricted reserve does not count towards this 3%. We are projecting a 7.9 million reserve for economic uncertainties to meet our 3%. Our board policy is 5. So if we were to meet our board policy, we would need just under 13.3 million at budget adoption to meet our board policy. But we do have an additional reserve in our unrestricted ending fund balance of 1.3 million. So we take 7.9 and 1.3. That gives us, down at the bottom there, our total unrestricted unassigned reserve is about 9.3 million at budget adoption. So we are meeting our 3%, but not meeting our 5% in budget year 26-27. And here's a quick look at what all that translates to in the SACS forms. You'll see we're still projecting a deficit spend on the unrestricted side, but only at 1.5 million. We're projecting a surplus of a little over 5 on the restricted side for a combined operating surplus of 3.8 million, and you can take a look at that. The restricted ending balance, you'll see we're projecting at $17.1 million. The lion's share of that is that assumption of the discretionary block grant revenue and no expenditures currently tied to that discretionary block grant money. That's why it's sitting there in the ending fund balance on the restricted side of the general fund. So the detail, as we look through, here's just a breakdown of the $269 million of revenue we're expecting. Here's a breakdown of the LCFF. You'll see there's the EPA, and that $34,098,676 is the dollar amount listed on that item under discussion action for the EPA resolution to spend on certificated salaries and benefits. Our federal revenue detail, again, is our estimates of what our special ed entitlement, our title programs, and our E-rate. I hope Jason can find at least 300,000 for us this next year for E-rate funding. Our other state revenue detail, again, mandated block grant. The application for that typically opens in August, and every year I complete that application on behalf of Apple Valley. So we're expecting to receive about 634,000. Lottery, our ELOP, arts and music, Prop 28, all other state revenue. Again, that 2.8 is a transportation reimbursement. And the lion's share of that 27 million, 11 million of that is that discretionary block grant that we're expecting to receive in the restricted resource. And if the governor and the legislature allocate that discretionary block grant the same as the discretionary block grant that came in the 25-26 school year, we would expect it to come restricted with a spending timeline of 4 years. And our local revenue detail. Again, there's the community redevelopment funds. Up there, it's a 2 million restricted revenue. You'll see that out as an interfund transfer out to Fund 40. That's been 1.8 million in the past. But Cindy adjusted that up to 2 because that's closer to what we're actually receiving and transferring out on an annual basis. Expenditure detail, here's the major object codes. Currently projecting a little over $263 million in expenses. The graphical breakdown again, 78% towards the people in the 1s, 2s, and 3s. Again, this will adjust through the year as assumptions change, expenditures change. Our plan in certificated salaries, you'll see 75 million on certificated teachers, 3.5 million on pupil support, 11 million on certificated administrators, just under 90 million in total. Classified salaries detail, again. Employee benefits, STRS, stayed steady at 19.1%. That's the employer contribution. PERS, Cindy, if you remember if it went up slightly or went down, it did not change drastically. It changed a little bit. Um, Yeah, it's a very small change. It's not the typical large changes we've had over the last decade with the STRS and PERS. STRS has really leveled out, and PERS is leveling out, although fluctuating a little bit. That's their projections. Health and welfare benefit spend, unemployment insurance, workers' comp, the other employee benefits, again, the lion's share there is the PARS supplemental retirement payment. Our 4,000s. Projecting about 6.7 on the unrestricted side and about 11 million on the restricted side. The 5,000s, projecting a little less than our estimated actuals. As I know, Mr. Wheeler in Student Services has done great things in terms of reducing some of our agreements, but still making sure the kids are receiving the services they receive. Our capital outlay, again, less, as we're not paying for any TK buildings this year out of our ELOP funding in the capital outlay. Again, the lion's share of that is restricted and it falls within the routine restricted maintenance account. Other outgo, again, payments to districts, charter schools, county offices in support of our students in those programs. Indirect costs, again, capturing what we're able to capture in restricted programs in terms of indirect costs to support the unrestricted side of our budget. And our interfund transfers out. You'll see on the bottom there that transfer out, again, that's that 2 million that I mentioned as the RDA revenue. We transfer that out to Fund 40. I would like to bring to the board's attention that transfer in the spring of 2004, the board at that time uncommitted funds in Fund 14, our deferred maintenance fund. And you may recall in the 24-25 fiscal year, we transferred $2 million from Fund 14 into Fund 01. This is the remainder of funds left in Fund 14. So this essentially zeroes out Fund 14, our deferred maintenance fund, but brings those uncommitted funds back into the general fund to support general fund operations. On to the multi-year projection, our first subsequent year. You'll see our 3-year average ADA, unfortunately, is down about 70. That's a reflection of our decreased enrollment. We're graduating more kids out the top than are coming in the bottom. The statutory COLA is 3.3%, but we are assuming receipt of all that grade span revenue. Well, we normalize our federal funds in the out years. We take any one-time funds out and we normalize our title program allocations as to what we've typically received. And again, we normalize our state revenues. We will have to eliminate any of the one-time state funds that came in the 26-27 year. The discretionary block grant, some LREBG, that's the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funds that Mr. Schlosser talked about earlier, and also some KIT funds in our nutrition services to support our kitchen infrastructure. Although the governor is proposing additional KIT funds in the 26-27 year, we're not sure if those are going to be one-time or ongoing. Right now, we're assuming they're one-time, hence they come out in 27-28. On the expenditure side, we do, of course, account for step and column for all units. There's no budgeted negotiated increases into 27-28. Although anything that's negotiated prior, like becomes an expense in 26-27, those expenses carry through. There's just no additional negotiated settlements for 27-28. LCAP expenditures, see our target board policy of 5%. Well, we're getting closer. We get to 4.5%. And here's a quick look, and we achieve that 4.5% unrestricted revenue with a $2.2 million surplus on the unrestricted side of our budget as projected for 27-28. Now, could this change? Absolutely. But as of now, what we know, we're getting closer to our board goal of 5%. Into the 28-29 multi-year projection. Again, you see another drop in our 3-year average ADA, down about another 90, yeah, close to 100. Statutory COLA per the school services dartboard, no adjustments to the federal and state revenues. We made all those adjustments from budget year to subsequent year 1, so there are no adjustments for subsequent year 2. On the expenditure side in 28-29, again, we do account for step and column. We also account for some attrition, no compensation increases, nothing negotiated, and of course we do budget for the STRS and PERS. And our unrestricted reserve, our board policy is 5%. This year, we are projecting approximately a 6.8% unrestricted reserve, and that is due to approximately a $6.1 million surplus on the unrestricted side of the general fund, taking our unrestricted ending fund balance up to $18.4 million. So some highlights and concern, our enrollment. We'll continue to monitor that, of course, and make adjustments as appropriate. A concern is how the governor has proposed the augmentation in the COLA with a program mandate for the paid pregnancy disability leave. It'll be very interesting to see how the Senate and Assembly and the governor come to an agreement on how to fund that program, whether inside the COLA like proposed or outside as a separate program. When does the AI bubble burst? I'm sure all of you have heard about that. That's just the revenues flowing into the state hand over fist, and of course the billionaire tax that's proposed for the November ballot and what effect that may have as the billionaires flee California. Governor's May revision versus the legislator's plan, of course, it's different. The legislators have to have a budget to the governor by June 15th, which that's coming up here quickly. And of course, the governor must sign by June 30th. One of the biggest what ifs in that is the Prop 98 maneuver. I'm calling it maneuver number 2. I think Kevin Gordon might have called it maneuver number 2. In the governor's January budget proposal, he proposed to underfund the 25-26 fiscal year, underfund the Prop 98 minimum guarantee by close to $6 billion. With the additional revenue flowing into the state, he has recognized the Prop 98 guarantee for 25-26 has gone up because of the revenue, but he is still proposing to underfund it by $3.9 billion. And according to Kevin Gordon, as you heard, there may actually be more money in 25-26 and 26-27 as the state works through their budget. But this is a concern, and I would also like to point out that the Senate and Assembly in their budget packages both rejected his proposal to underfund Prop 98 in the current year, which means they're proposing to allocate those funds out, of course, to certain programs, either funding current programs or coming up with new programs. We'll make adjustments here in August, and I imagine we will have some material adjustments on the revenue side, depending on how the state budget comes together. And of course, we'll make adjustments on our expenditure side as appropriate, but also in that, I want to point out a couple things that are not in our budget. You may have heard about the proposed significant increase to our special education allocation. They have proposed it up to $999 per student, but the governor proposed, I believe, up to over $1,300 per student, which is a big increase. We have not included any of that revenue because that revenue really flows to our SELPA and is distributed out based on the SELPA allocation plan. So as that hashes out and becomes more clear in the fall, we will certainly adjust as appropriate in working with the SELPA and how that's going to be allocated to the member districts. So that's something that's not in the budget currently. So that will work in our favor in theory, because that's going to have more revenue will come in to support our special education program, which will then reduce our contribution to the special ed program, which will then actually, it reduces the expenditures on the unrestricted side of the budget, which then would possibly allow us to enhance our ending fund balance a little bit. Again, more to come on that when that gets hashed out with the SELPA. One thing that is not in our budget on the expenditure side are any expenditures related to paid pregnancy disability leave. We need to mine a little data, look back over years, see what our trend has been, and really kind of take a look at what that may cost us. And that's just not something we were able to do yet, but that's something that we will do in the fall. And of course, bring that back as an adjustment on the expenditure side depending on how the state determines how they're going to fund the paid pregnancy disability leave program. Before I switch out of my slide deck and go to the questions that Trustee Longshore submitted, any questions on any of the slides for clarification?
Sorry. I was looking, it's on page 14. I don't know which slide it was, but it was 2026-27 budget assumptions, expenditures. It's not really a question. I just was really excited to see us getting closer to 5%. And I was really happy to see, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but we're only 1,360,000 $867 away from making our 5%. So thank you for all your hard work with that, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, and again, depending on how the revenue picture pans out with that special education revenue, we may be able to enhance that ending fund balance a little more.
I was really happy to see that. So I appreciate all your hard work, and that goes to you, Cindy. I know you work really hard on this. Thank you.
Any other questions on the slide deck? Hearing none, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click off the screen. And allow me 1 second here to transition. Received these questions yesterday. Trustee Longshore submitted them to the superintendent's office. They were forwarded to me. Had the opportunity to review them and draft some responses. So the first question that was asked is related to the first few questions that were asked related to the criteria and standards review summary, which are in the back of the SACS documents. Specifically, the first question was question S3. And the question is, does your district have large non-recurring general fund expenditures that are funded with ongoing revenues? And we answered yes to that. Now, this is, I know over the last year, we've heard how we've had ongoing expenses with one-time money. This is the opposite of that. This is a one-time expense with ongoing money. So we do. We have some textbook adoptions and it's some technology refresh, which is assumed in the 26-27 budget, which are large expenditures, which are one-time or non-recurring. So we did answer yes to that question. The next question was S5 in the criterion and standards, which is related to contributions. It's the identification of the district's projected contributions, transfers, and capital projects that may impact the general fund. Under S5A1B, transfers in general fund, if you recall, I mentioned that $200,000 transfer in from Fund 14 into Fund 01, because the board in the spring of 24 uncommitted those funds. So we're basically zeroing Fund 14. That transfer did not happen in 25-26. So this is a transfer. I'm going to read what I wrote here. This is a transfer from Fund 14 to Fund 01 that did not occur during the first prior year and is a change more than the standard, therefore is considered as not met, even though it's in favor of the general fund. In the first subsequent year, this transfer will not exist, as Fund 14 will have a balance of 0. So that's another change more than the standard and therefore is considered as not met. Under S5A1C, transfers out general fund, this is in specific reference to that RDA transfer I mentioned. We've been budgeting 1.8 million. We're budgeting 2 million. So the difference between 1.8 to 2 is more than the standard. So annual transfer of RDA revenue that is received in a restricted resource within the general fund, Fund 01, and transferred to Fund 40 for special reserve for capital outlay. The adjustment was made to more accurately reflect the actual activity related to this transfer. Since the adjustment made from the first prior year to budget year is more than the standard, it is considered as not met. The next question was S7A in regards to OPEB, which are other post-employment benefits. How are these benefits funded? If not pay as you go? Well, Apple Valley Unified School District has and plans to continue to fund OPEB benefits on a pay as you go basis at this time. In A3, are uncapped health benefits, meaning 100% employer paid, provided to retired employees only? How many to age 65 and or 70 currently? Uncapped retiree health and welfare benefits are available to unrepresented employees per the Certificated Management Guidelines and Classified Management Guidelines, Section 11 Retirement Program. We currently have 0 retirees that have uncapped health and welfare benefits to age 65, and we currently have 15 retirees that have uncapped health and welfare benefits to age 70. Next question. Why are you projecting revenues to rise approximately 16 million from the 24-25 UAs? I just want to make sure the board understands that revenues fluctuate between fiscal years as the state of California applies any COLAs or adjusts their revenue estimates. We respond with adjustments to expected revenues based on those adjustments at the state level for both our ongoing and one-time or short-term revenues. And I would like to ask Trustee Longshore for a little bit of clarification. You're referencing revenues rising 16 million from the 24-25 UAs. What are you comparing that to? What's your second data point? And are you referencing unrestricted revenues, restricted revenues, or combined revenues? And if you could give me that clarification, then that would allow staff to research and provide an accurate response.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So I have the number in front of me. I don't know if you have the corresponding documents, but I'm referencing the number $252,945,332.18.
And are you getting that out of which document?
From the unaudited actuals, I believe it's on the budget side.
Okay, I don't have the 24-25 unaudited actuals with me.
Trustee Longshore, as the last time we had these discussions where questions were coming with dollar amounts, I had emailed and requested what line they had come from, and so that staff could locate those. If you would be willing to provide him the line and page number from the unaudited actuals, that would be the best approach to this so that we aren't taking assumptions sitting here that we're all on the same page, literally.
Right. Okay. Yes, thank you. So just for clarification, Mr. Schulenberg, you would like to know if this number came from the budget side of the unaudited.
Well, I would like to know what two numbers you're comparing to reach
okay.
16 million and what your source documents are, and then I can prepare an accurate response.
And should I email you directly?
I think if you email the superintendent's office and Ms. Nelson or Ms. Caudell will get that information to me. And there's some other ones too. For instance, the next question on your list as number 3. Why did our projected expenditures increase only 2 million from the 24-25 unaudited actuals to 25-26 estimated actuals after an approximately $17.4 million rise in total compensation? I would like to remind the board that expenditures do fluctuate between fiscal years across the major object codes from year to year. And Trustee Longshore, for clarification, I'm not sure where you got a $17.4 million rise in total compensation. So I was curious if you could provide the data that supports that calculation and if any source documents you have to determine that calculation.
Yes, so that was the last handout I handed to the cabinet and the board that directly referenced the AB 1200 for CSEA and the AB 1200 for AVUDA. I know we don't have an AB 1200 for our management raise, but according to numbers that were provided to fact finding, I was able to create that spreadsheet. I'd be happy to send you another copy.
That would be great.
Because it references the actual resources that I pulled data from. So I can do that. Would you like it just if I drop off a hard copy?
Actually, Matt, let me jump in there
Please.
because as I recall, that was the reason we had requested the specific page, the specific line, so that they could reference those and verify the data instead of you are welcome to provide your spreadsheet, but without them having the page that it came from and the resource, it's very hard for them to cross-check, and it does take extra time to do that. So I had originally requested, in reference to that, specifically the page, the number, and the document dated, and instead that was provided. So I'm going to ask again that that is what's provided to them in order for them to do the appropriate response.
Oh, okay, well, I just want to make clear that I do invest a lot of time and effort. Language and referencing documents is a big thing for me. And I feel like I did reference specific documents in correspondence with the numbers. Going through and offering actual line items is like above and beyond my already above and beyond. So I would be more than happy to sit down if you want me to point to them on the pieces of paper. But I do think it's quite clear. I don't know if you had any specific clarifications on that. Did you want to look at the document and then get back to me?
Trustee Longshore, I'm going to stick with what we had requested. While no disrespect, you are spending time doing this, but not unlike any other situation when there is factual documents that are being passed out and drafted, we want to be able to cross-reference. We want to be able to present publicly where those documents came from. And while you have verbalized it, having the line and page and document state like title, that is very helpful for us to do this. And I'm going to request that that is how we operate, not off of just notes where you located it. Because when I had requested these the first time, I was told to watch the video, and that doesn't help because I don't have the documents with the specific places for them to reference. And it would be helpful for us to have that to do the cross-reference if we're going to answer these questions accurately.
So just so I understand, you have no intent to answer the questions unless I give you the line item numbers?
I don't think we can factually respond to those questions without the line numbers of where they're located. We're making assumptions that we are understanding what you're telling us off of a spreadsheet that is not one that we have established. And so I'm going to ask that we are provided the actual document. You can highlight if that's better than providing whatever you'd like to do, but utilizing the documents that are publicly discoverable for anybody in the community and provided to our county.
Okay, I just want to reiterate, like, I'm an English major, so referencing documents and being very clear on titles and numbers is something that, I make a priority. So my spreadsheets, if anyone were to go to them and compare them to the corresponding documents as biblically noted, like at the bottom, which documents I'm referring to starred in the sheets. I understand it's going to take time, just like it's taken time for me to do this as well. And asking me to do more just to get questions answered, I think is not fair and not realistic. I feel like if you have a specific one where you're like, I went and I looked and I didn't find it, could you clarify this for me? I'm more than happy to, but going back on all my spreadsheets and identifying line items at this point seems rather redundant.
Well, I'm going to stick with what our expectations for staff is that I'm not sending them trying to locate or trying to defend something that they don't have the specific information. I'm not saying that we're not going to answer, and I'm not asking you to do more work. But as we've received questions over the course of the last year, we have discovered that there are some inaccuracies in numbers that have been put on, not ours. And so the numbers have been transposed, and we don't want to make assumptions that what we are referencing is exactly where you found the information. And so I'm not saying we're not answering, but I do feel like in any request, we should point back to the reference document and where it is located. And so unless I get different direction, and I don't know what else to do, because this is what I have requested over and over, and I don't see doing responses without the documents pointed to give staff accurate locations.
Okay, as we just noted, at this point, which you claim to be inaccuracies, I'd like to just point out that none of that has been brought forward, even though I've requested anybody to find anything and bring it forward rather than make general statements. I would like data on that, stated inaccuracies, because until we see those facts at this point, we can just, it's very vague.
I would agree.
Yeah.
So moving on to number 4. The question, are you projecting an approximately 8 million spending deficit for the 25-26 school year? Yes. As I reviewed in the presentation, the proposed budget adoption forms the estimated actuals as of May currently estimates an unrestricted deficit spend of 7.5 million and a restricted deficit spend of 400,000 for an estimated combined deficit spend of approximately 7.9 million. Number 5, why does F2B 9740 restricted reserves change throughout the school year? And that's in reference to a line item on the SACS forms in the components of the ending fund balance, restricted reserves. The projected ending fund balance will be updated at each reporting period as revenues and expenditures are updated, because of course the activity up in the top with revenues and expenditures has an impact on the ending fund balance. Question number 6. How much are you projecting revenues and expenditures to increase in the 25-26 school year due to previously encumbered and unspent funds? The goal of the estimated actuals report is to, as accurately as possible, reflect the spending for the current fiscal year in establishing the beginning fund balance for the upcoming budget year. Ultimately, some adjustments will absolutely occur between the estimated actuals and the unaudited actuals report prepared in the fall and reported to the board in September. Number 7, why are we projecting a 4% increase in teacher and certificated pupil support salaries? The increased costs are due to projected costs associated with step and column advancement and the salary schedule increase and compression approved by the board on March 5th, 2026. Number 8.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt real quick with the step and column, and then the, you're talking about the 1% and then the 1% salary compression, correct?
Yeah, the 1%, yes.
Okay.
Number 8. What is causing the projected increase of supervisors and administrators' salaries from the 24-25 unaudited actuals to the 25-26 estimated actuals? The reclassification of positions within the budget that occurred in July of 2025. The board received an email from the superintendent on December 9th, 2025 in response to this same question. Specific details were then published in January 2026 in a document titled December 2025 Information contained on the Budget and Negotiations page of the AVUSD website. And also, there were compensation increases approved by the board on October 2, 2025. Number 9, what is causing the projected $1.5 million decrease in certificated administrator and supervisors from 2025 estimated actuals to 26-27 budget? The reduction of certificated administrative positions as a result of resolution number 2526-08 approved by the board on February 5th, 2026. 10 certificated administrative positions were identified on this resolution for reduction. Number 10. Why is there not a projected substantial increase of cost in employee benefits for the 25-26 school year? Within the major object code 3000s, many different expenses occur related to benefits, retirement contributions, health and welfare, workers' comp, statutory contributions related to employee salaries, for example, Medicare, disability insurance, Social Security, etc. Many of these are calculated as a percentage of salary, so will fluctuate as salary expenses fluctuate. The health and welfare costs are tied to participation and will also fluctuate from year to year and are also affected by the switch to CalPERS effective July 2025 and will further be affected by the upcoming open enrollment and new rates as of January 1, 2027.
So if I could just ask a clarifying question on that. So that would cause the cost to go up, correct? So,
Well, currently, you're talking about specifically health and welfare benefits, the CalPERS program. Our teachers negotiated a increase to their cap effective January 1, 2027, equivalent to the 90% of the Kaiser tiered rate. So if the Kaiser rate increases, then yes, the district contribution will increase, which will mean increased costs in health and welfare. However, if the Kaiser rate goes down, highly unlikely, then of course costs would decrease. But we also have to take into consideration changes in participation. We may have singles that got married. We may have couples that had a baby. So there's all sorts of variables that contribute to fluctuation in health and welfare costs. As of January 1, 2027, the classified bargaining unit and our unrepresented unit do not have any cap increase currently negotiated.
so the total cost from before we transferred over to current projected costs being about the same, despite the raises, despite the changeover?
Was there a question?
Oh, yes, so that was my question. So why is it flush? Why is there no, even though we gave raises, even though
We have fewer people.
we have changed?
We have fewer people
Do you know fewer people in,
in positions. We have fewer employees.
okay, could you get those numbers to me?
No, I can't.
Not right now, not on spot, but could somebody get those to me?
As of what day?
As of what day? Yeah.
I
That's a follow.
guess-
I think that's a follow-up, Trustee Longshore. If that's further information, perhaps you could email that request to the superintendent's office.
And I will ask that just as they did, what day do you want us to run it? Because a day changes in this district as to how many employees we have, because they do resign, they do get hired. You hired a new manager today, you'll be hiring. So all of that does play out. And that's why whenever we provide you data regarding employees, the numbers, the costs, we always put what day this was run so that later you don't say, or anybody else say that we weren't factual with the data. It's based on what day we run it, and it will change.
Thank you. I will follow up with an email. I appreciate it.
On to number 11. Why are we projecting to spend approximately $3 million more in books and supplies in the 25-26 school year than last? Why are we projecting to spend an additional $3 million for the 26-27 school year? There are a lot of variables that go into that, so that is not a question I have a response prepared for at this time, but I will prepare a response and provide that. Number 12, why do we keep under projecting spending in services and other operating expenditures and capital outlay? I would just like to remind the board that the budgeting process requires estimating costs based on past trends, current conditions, and possible future conditions. This category, the 5,000s, contains many subcategories of expenditures, some of which are dependent on outside agencies we rely on for services for our students. This category also contains utility costs, which can vary widely between years due to local environmental conditions and changing utility rates. Number 13, why are we not including 7211 transfers of pass-through revenues to district or charter schools in the 26-27 budget? Specifically, the pass-through revenues that we receive as a result of being the fiscal agent for the CTE incentive grant program have historically not been included in the proposed budget, as we do not typically receive the grant award notification until the fall. The actual revenues and corresponding expenditures will be budgeted upon receipt of the GAN, the grant award notification. Number 14, why are we projecting approximately $4 million loss of revenue in the cafeteria special revenue fund and approximate $2 million increase in expenditures? Without understanding what years we were looking at here, I'd just like to point the board to the 2025 estimated actuals. Program revenues is expected to be about 7.88 million, while the 26-27 proposed budget revenues is approximately 7.71 million, a reduction of 170,000. The 25-26 estimated actuals program expenditures is 11.27 million, while the 26-27 proposed budget program expenditures is 10.26 million, a reduction of 1.01 million. And I'd also like to remind the board that in the special reserve fund for the cafeteria program, Fund 13, she is limited to the amount of money she can hold in her ending fund balance. And I say she and her, that's the director of the nutrition services program. This last year, she put together a spending plan that was approved by the CDE in order to spend down that fund balance to what's considered statutorily acceptable levels.
Yes, thank you. So I apologize for that vagueness in my question. Basically, when I'm looking at any projected increase or decrease in cost, I'm actually comparing it to what we spent last year. So that would be the unaudited actuals and the unaudited side of the unaudited actuals, because those are the numbers that I know that are concrete as far as spending goes. I don't know if you want me to follow this up with an email now that we have that clarification, or...
No, I appreciate that clarification. I can research that and provide a response.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, Mr. Schulenberg, and the clarity in all of this.
Do any of the other trustees have questions? Are there any public comments regarding the 2026-2027 proposed Apple Valley Unified School District operating budget? Hearing no further public comment, I now close the public hearing for the 2026-2027 proposed Apple Valley Unified School District operating budget at 4:15 p.m. Number 3, we'll conduct a public hearing regarding the adoption of resolution number 2526-22 of the Governing Board of the Apple Valley Unified School District to authorize approving a fee justification study and subsequently increasing the level 1 statutory school facility fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. I now open the public hearing at 4:16 p.m. regarding the adoption of resolution number 2526-22 of the Governing Board of the Apple Valley Unified School District to authorize approving a fee justification study and subsequently increasing the level 1 statutory school facility fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. Mr. Schulenberg.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Attached to the board item, you'll see the resolution provided by our consultant, Key Analytics, along with the draft report of the school facilities fee justification report. Where this originates from is in January of each even calendar year, the state allocation board establishes new developers fees or school facility fees. Historically, Apple Valley has done a school facility fee justification report, adopted that, and aligned our developer fees with the level 1 fees established by the state allocation board. And in reviewing this report, Key Analytics, through their analysis, has determined that we do qualify to adjust our level 1 developer fees to that level established by the state allocation board. And if the board adopts this resolution, those new fees would take effect in 60 days.
Anybody reach out to you? Somebody that is a builders or anything? Was there any type of, or is this across the board, all districts are doing this at this time of year?
This is very typical at this time of year for school districts. Again, the state allocation board takes action each January of even calendar years. So it's an every other year thing. I do know there There are other districts that charge higher. They charge level 2 or level 3, depending on their unique situation in terms of their facilities. In terms of reaching out, local builders, no, I have not been contacted by local builders. Personally, I know we do have some questions that staff in the business office have fielded. Their local builders are asking, hey, are you guys changing? And when's it going to take effect?
Right.
And
Okay.
we're able to describe to them that our board is considering it at the June 4th meeting. We will reach out and contact anybody who requested to be contacted. We typically do get contacted by the Inland Empire Builders Association, I believe. They typically request notification, and we provide that based on your action.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Are there any other questions or comments from members of the board regarding the adoption of resolution number 2526-22 of the governing board of the Apple Valley Unified School District to authorize approving a fee justification study and subsequently increasing the level 1 statutory school facility fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code 17620 and Government Code Section 65995.
I do have just some quick clarifying questions. I noted in reading this on page 4 that this study is noticing an increase in enrollment, a steady increase in enrollment over the last 10 years, and is anticipating a continuous increase in enrollment. On page 5, it even says there's an additional 9,504 residential units, and that the funds from this are looking to be dedicated to building new permanent facilities. I guess as I was reading it, I kind of going over in my mind, because I know we've been talking about enrollment, the decline of enrollment, the concern about loss of revenue. And I noticed that, I know we had talked about even districts down the hill. I know they're experiencing this right now. Up here, we seem to have more of an influx. So I would agree that it seems like we are having that influx with this anticipation of 9,504 residential units. I'm just kind of concerned about, like, when things go into my mind, when they're opposite each other, that I don't understand. How can we be concerned about enrollment, but then projecting significant growth?
We're not projecting significant growth. If you look at the chart 1 on page 4, you will see the consultant did mention the decline in 2021 and a steady increase that occurred up through 23-24, but 24-25 and 25-26, we've seen that decrease. So I'm not sure why they believe we're going to anticipate a continuous increase. Perhaps it's their assumption that these 9,504 additional residential units are going to be constructed. Now, keep in mind, that's through calendar year 2050, and that's quite a long time. And the construction activity that would support that, although they may believe it's going to happen, the reality in Apple Valley, it's not happening. It's happening in Hesperia as they develop Silverwood, but it's not happening in Apple Valley.
I always say yet. I feel like we're further out, right? So eventually, I mean, the idea is that, you know, it would trickle down.
And that very well may be true. And I keep in touch with the planning office at the town of Apple Valley, and I regularly have conversations with them, but it's not happening right now.
Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Are there any public comments regarding the adoption of resolution number 2526-22 of the governing board of the Apple Valley Unified School District to authorize approving a fee justification study and subsequently increasing the level 1 statutory school facility fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. Hearing no further public comment, I now close the public hearing for the adoption of Resolution Number 2526-22 of the Governing Board of the Apple Valley Unified School District to authorize approving a fee justification study and subsequently increasing the Level 1 statutory school facility fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995 at 4:24 p.m. All right. I would now like to receive a motion to adopt resolution. I thought I was done reading this. 2526-22, increasing the level 1 statutory school facility fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995.
I'll move for approval.
All right, I'll second it. Any discussion? Okay, we will take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. There's no special meetings at this meeting, so we'll move on to discussion action session. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Number 1, conduct the first reading of updated Board Bylaw 9250E1, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits. I'll make the motion so we can discuss.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
So, what? I was gonna.
I have something
Just for
too.
clarification, I must have made a typo in the script side of it because this is only an exhibit.
Right.
There's 3 in a row.
Right.
So it's an exhibit, exhibit 2, and then the board bylaw. So that was a typo.
Okay,
Yeah, it's an exhibit.
so are we going to move on to number 2, or are there any questions about that exhibit? Okay.
Okay, just for clarification, we're not doing a motion on that.
Well, we did do a motion, but there's nothing to vote on.
To
for the-
discuss.
or
It's an
to-
exhibit, and you'll either accept the exhibit based on what you end up doing with the other agenda items.
Okay, so it goes in conjunction with the other stuff.
It does.
Okay.
And I do have some data if the board would like it when the time comes.
Sure. Or do we
Do you
want
want me to share?
Yeah, go ahead and share it now.
This has obviously been a discussion across the state since AB 1390 occurred. And San Bernardino County superintendents, as superintendents have discussed it, what has happened in different districts and what is going on. Just because, as we know, this changed the law. It gave, based on the enrollment of a school district, the range of enrollment, max to be provided to board members for compensation. And so the majority of San Bernardino County school districts have responded, and this was based on, I did not do the data, it was another superintendent that shared it. But I mean, I have the list of school districts and who has approved and who has changed. And so if you're okay with it, I'll just kind of quickly run through that. Morongo approved in February the maximum amount. Yucaipa Calamasa is bringing for discussion for a future board meeting at the time that this was developed. Redlands approved in December maximum amount. San Bernardino City approved January maximum amount. Colton approved December maximum amount. Rialto approved in December maximum amount. Fontana approved in December. They have approved a per board meeting, which if they have 2 board meetings in a month means they get the maximum amount. It cannot exceed it. Central approved in February for a maximum amount. Cucamonga is bringing for discussion at a February board meeting. I don't have the update to know, and I didn't ask because this, again, is not mine. And then there was a follow-up. They do plan to approve a maximum amount in March, but they were waiting to settle all negotiations within their district. Etowanda has had no discussion, and yet I did receive an update yesterday that they have moved forward with the max. Altaloma approved in February the maximum amount. Ontario Montclair approved in November the maximum amount. Chafee approved in December the maximum amount. Mountain View approved in March the maximum amount. Chena Valley approved in December the maximum amount. Upland was on hold. They had not done an action when this was taken. Snowline approved in December for the maximum amount. Rim of the World approved in January, maximum amount. Bear Valley approved in December, maximum amount. Adelanto in January, the maximum amount. Hellendale in December, maximum amount. Hesperia approved in December, the maximum amount. Lucerne Valley, no action had been taken yet. Apple Valley, our response was on hold for now. Bear Valley approved in December, maximum amount. Victor Elementary approved December, maximum amount. Victor Union High, maximum amount, approved in December. Silver Valley approved in December, the maximum amount. Trona and Needles, the board serves for free. They have never taken compensation and do not plan to do so. And both responded that way. Again, somebody must have done some kind of a survey to create the document, but it was shared out with some superintendents. So I don't have the amounts. I just have when they took, and the amounts are listed in the assembly bill, but.
So that is relatively in line. I did kind of poll the other delegates when we were from Area 16, which is our county. When I was up there, they were shocked we still had not brought it forward. But, and I know Superintendent Nelson and I did have a discussion roughly around when it went into effect. The law was supposed to take effect January 1st, 2026. And I know that a lot of them said they did it in January, which it sounds like is in line. It was a change to the law. I think I misunderstood because I thought the range, and I'd have to go back and read the actual AB 1390, but I thought it gave the estimated like what the lowest was based on your but on ours it says max.
It's
So-
max, yeah. Well, so we believe, and Kylie probably can answer this, but we believe you still can annually bring forward your board bylaw that allows for the 5% increase. Is that correct, Kylie? Is that what we're understanding? We just can't do that up front. It's loading.
Okay.
I
mean,
So what I did put in and have provided is the updates per the CSBA policy that was published as the updates. So that is what is reflective, is what the updates would be if we decided to update them to be aligned with what CSBA's sample policy is. I believe the old language would be reflective in our draft one, which is the one with the strike throughs and all of that stuff. So that would have the old language.
okay.
And annually, you as a board, we have brought
Well,
this
yes.
forward every year in June to address the 5% that could be increased, which is why our
We pushed
district,
it
I believe you are sitting at $441, which, you know, when people ask what our board makes, I laugh and I say, well, it's an odd number. It's $441. And that's based on the raise that would take place each June or July based on whatever the board meeting was.
Right. Are there any questions?
Are we looking at this as number 1, 2, and 3 kind of together?
One, then we'll have to provide direction and take a vote.
Yeah, you will have to do individually, but it's good to have a discussion as to where you're at with it because the exhibit obviously would have to reflect whatever the board policy is going to be changed to board bylaw, the whole piece. So it would be appropriate to have those conversations. And just for, I mean, publicly, I'll state this, we're a district that falls between 10,000 to 10,001 student to 25,000 students. So the board can go up to $2,000. That is the max.
So like I said, I misread it because I thought the 2,000 was the minimum. And so I do think it would make sense because the majority, you hear monthly all of the events that we're attending, that we're supporting our students. Our meetings have gotten much longer this year. And there's a lot of prep work, as Trustee Longshore has stated, into going through all the documents and reading. And while none of us did it to sign up for the money, especially with the gas prices right now, I know just driving, I mean, on, what day was that? I can't think. One of the days last week, I did 3
Graduations and promotions.
promotions and a graduation and something else. It was like 5 things that all supported Apple Valley. And I know that many of us are doing that. So I do think it makes a little more sense to increase it. But like I said, because of where we were in December when it was passed and then it got signed into law as of January 1st, we did feel that it made more sense to hold off and handle it when we had our usual meeting to discuss the remuneration and reimbursement. So that's my thought.
So as you're discussing this, as Kylie stated, this first one is the resolution that has to do with excusing board members' absences for the purposes of monthly compensation. We have our own, we have utilized our own resolution because CSBA had not produced one. We have now put together the exhibit that matches California School Boards Association, and that way we're not having to do something different each time. It's consistent and it matches. So what I can say to you is you can adopt the resolution if you approve that without the dollar amounts up front, and then you can move on to the bylaws and everything else because we can put that into is that correct, Kylie?
Yeah, so number 1, item I1 would just be conducting the first review of the new exhibit, 9250-E1. And what that is a resolution similar like what we take. Now, that would be the official document that we would use. We don't have an adopted document, even though in our current board bylaw, it does say we would do this process. So CSBA now has a new exhibit, which is a sample resolution. So it would basically be the template that would be used consistently anytime there is an absence.
So what I'm trying to explain is, while you can discuss the cost, you do not have to embed the cost right now. You can just adopt the resolution if everybody's okay with having an adopted resolution instead of us just using what we've used in the past.
It seems like it makes sense to shift from the one that we're using to the uniform one for board members who miss meetings.
Yeah, and that's really all you're doing as a first reading. So you can vote, which means it moves on to the second meeting of June next week. And then you could, if there's any other issues as we move down the process, then that would be the time that you could either, I don't know that this one changes because it would either be filled in with $441 or a 5% increase or the $2,000 increase, or it would be whatever the board is thinking, right?
All right, so can we adopt the exhibit
First reading.
first reading? So Am I reading number 2 then? I'm skipping the first one?
No.
Nope. So we would need a motion to conduct the first reading of updated board bylaw 9250.
That was Amanda and Rick Raleigh.
Yes.
Which led us to the
Okay.
discussion. And now
So
we're.
we would vote. If you guys are okay with this, it would come back for a second read and adoption next meeting. And then you guys would move on to item number 2, which is the second exhibit that you guys can either move forward or decide not to utilize.
So we'll go ahead and take the vote on updating our form to the more uniform one, at least to get it to the second reading. Do I need to change what I read when we made the motion if it wasn't? No? Okay.
First reading is what you read.
Okay. So taking the vote via roll call, Mrs. Longshore?
In light of the layoffs this year, I just want to have no part in giving or even considering a raise.
That's not the one that we're talking about right
So
now.
and even thinking about moving it forward,
It's a form.
my vote would be nay.
Okay. Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
My vote's aye to move ahead with the form.
Okay, and I'm aye as well. All right, so that's the first reading. All right, now we're looking at the second exhibit, which is E2. So we're gonna, to conduct a first reading of new exhibit 9250-E2, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits. I'll move it. Can I get a second so we can discuss the second exhibit?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
What are we actually discussing with that? Because it's the form that just gives the criteria of the maximum amount. Is that correct?
This is the breakdown that the state put into law.
Right, which would be, for our district, we have between 10,001 to 25,000. Students would be $2,000. So that's what the law has said. Are we, I don't understand, isn't it?
Where we would be approving a second read so that this form acknowledging the law would be in our bylaws. Is that right? The exhibit.
Basically, this new exhibit was produced based on the reflections of the new law from Assembly Bill 1390, which increases the maximum monthly compensation based on the district's ADA. So this is a new document. It goes essentially hand in hand with the next item, which would be the bylaw. So this would set the guidance moving forward regarding that law.
So we almost need this to be with the other part, because without it, we're missing a vital thing. So
Right. So
we
think
kind of
about,
need to approve this so that we have the entire package.
you do, I mean, you don't have to approve it, but you can vote for it. And once, all you're doing is the first read. You're not taking it for adoption. Right now, all you're doing is getting yourself to a place that you can either adopt it next board meeting, or you can adjust as a group and come to consensus as to what you'd rather do.
Okay, well, I don't have an issue with having this as part of it, because I think without all the information, it doesn't present a whole picture.
All right. Are there any other comments or discussion? Okay, we'll take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
No.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Buchanan, aye. All right, item 3, conduct a first reading of updated board bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits, and provide direction regarding the compensation section. I'll move it so we can discuss.
Once again, second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Are we going to be discussing what remuneration we're going to put in at this time, or we're doing that at the next time?
No, you would have to, as a first read, give some, that is what the background says, give direction so that we can bring the actual second read with the
With the
amount, the compensation added,
Okay,
right, what's
thank you.
highlighted.
Okay, I also feel that this has been a very tough year. I think it was wise to wait until after a lot of the turmoil, which our employees and district have gone through. However, looking at the amount, it's like a 77% increase that we would vote on. That seems way out of line compared with what our staff has gotten, like a 3% or a 2 and a 2 and a 1. I realize we do a lot of work. We spend a lot of hours. It takes gas to go to all the events that we go to. But our staff, they expend a lot of extra and go over and above doing their job as well. I do not feel comfortable having a raise of this amount or even any raise with the layoffs that we've had, with some staff having hours cut, some being riffed. My vote or my opinion would be that we leave it as what it is.
I'm curious, and Matt's, is he there? Yeah, he's there, sorry. Would it be possible, and you can tell me no, I'm curious what the percentage of like the budget when it comes to staffing, the total would be for all 5 of us. Like what percentage that would be of the employment benefit part?
Yeah, I could do that calculation. I don't want to do it on the paper right now, but that's something I could take the 5 board members at their current level of compensation. And would you like to include, and it's including any health and welfare benefits that are taken by existing board members, to look at the total compensation package and what percentage that is of the district budget?
Is there a way to compare just the check amount to the same figure of whichever staff we're comparing it to, so that it like just leave the benefits out, or is it lumped together? I'm trying.
It's the stipend would be considered the salary, and we could compare salary
To
board member
salary.
salary to salary. Yeah.
Okay. I think that might be useful, but how long would that? It'd be like,
I could sit with staff and we could look at something
Okay, so
tomorrow
it's-
morning, possibly,
okay,
or early next week.
So as a board, you can come to consensus on what you want it to state in a first read as a reminder. And then you have a second read that is coming forward. And if you choose to amend that second read, you can still amend the second read at the next board meeting. We just have to have direction in order to bring it back as a second read with the one highlighted section filled in.
I understand that this comes at a bad time for us, but I'm also uncomfortable not following the law. I don't think it's necessary to go to the maximum if we want to break it down by a meeting. But I would like to see us at least get a little bit closer to what the law requested.
I'd like to point out that it says the board may. Now, my understanding of the word may means you don't have to do it, but you can. So I don't think we're breaking the law or not following the law by not doing that.
All right, does anybody have a recommendation then on what should be changed on the actual board bylaw document that we were given on Friday?
I would say until things are more prosperous in our district, that we go with $441.
Can I just share that the 5%, if you were to use the old board bylaw language of the 5%, just so you have that as a context. I'm doing quick math down here, Matt, but I think I'm correct. 441 is the stipend. 5% of that is $22.05. That would equate to a 463 and 5 cents, or 463 round up or down. I mean, it's down, but whatever. Okay.
The only thing that I would be comfortable with making a change in that would be $13.23, which, if my math is correct, and it may not be, that's a 3%. And that's what our staff got. And I don't think we should get any higher than what our staff got.
I don't think you took a raise last year of the
We
5%.
didn't.
So I just, you want, for factual information, you did not take a 5% last year. So you're still behind, but that's just, if we're doing it based on what staff got, with
I'm
the
good
exception
with,
of cabinet.
Trustee Tucker's recommendation.
Kylie, does that give you enough information for the bylaw? Because I know that we were supposed to amend it if we're amending it.
I believe so. So from what I've gathered, based on the discussion, right now, Trustee Tucker has proposed the direction of keeping it at the $441 for the compensation section. So I would be putting that dollar amount in the highlighted area of that section and bringing this back for a second read and adoption with the other language that was also updated for various reasons that CSBA felt were needed. And that would be a second read and adoption at the next board meeting.
I think I heard at least one recommendation of 3%, which would be $13.23, which takes the compensation for board members to $454.46.
Right.
Is that what I heard?
Anita brought up. Was that
3%.
correct?
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I know it's a lot.
I would be comfortable with that, but no more.
So so what I'm, just so for clarification, $454.46 would go into this as a compensation on this proposed board bylaw. Is that what I'm hearing?
But that doesn't lock us in as 3%
No.
perpetuity.
No, actually what happens is at any time, the board bylaw can be brought forward with the information regarding the assembly bill. The assembly bill could be overturned at some point, but I don't believe it will be. It typically doesn't. It renorms what the max can be for each district. So you could we have been bringing it in June every year only because that was a request from a previous board member. But you guys can determine it could be March of every year. Whatever you tell us, we will bring it forward for your consideration.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
So just so I'm clear on 3% is what we're putting down, 3% raise just as our staff got.
You're actually going to put a dollar amount $454.46. And yes, the majority of staff received that. As I indicated earlier, cabinet did not. So I want to be clear that there are people in the district that did not, nor did our managers or classified have a raise that's 3% in the future at this point, is where we've not negotiated the future for them.
So just so I'm clear, Superintendent Nelson, we have some employees that did not receive a raise?
As I indicated earlier, the cabinet has not received a raise since July 1 of 2023. And while I was reading out about the superintendent compensation, because that was directly stated, I am going to be clear that our cabinet, executive cabinet, meaning assistant superintendents, have a total compensation of $203,199.88. The same district that I was comparing to before, contracts are posted to their board docs and Assembly, actually, gamut. There's range for assistant superintendents. Our assistant superintendents are making anywhere from $29,268 to $67,000 less than that neighboring district for the current school year. So that is accurate. None of the cabinet have raises since 2023, regardless of what the other staff and managers have received.
Without disclosing which district it is, are they similar to us in enrollment?
They have a smaller enrollment than us, and they only have one comprehensive high school. I think that we get so caught up in what the narrative is as opposed to the facts. And I feel like sometimes I am the sole negotiator for management. And when I sit here and I hear about sending them back to the classroom, it does bother me because we don't have as many managers in our district as neighboring districts do. The 3 assistant superintendents could literally go back to the classroom tomorrow, and they're per diem working a 7-hour day with 2 hours to less than 2.5 hours of ELOP in the afternoon. So you take them up to 9.5 hours. They'd be making the same per diem as teachers that are working 2.5 hours at 25 years in this district with a master's and the qualifications these men have. That, I don't know how we keep any of them sitting at the table with the degrees they have and the certifications they have, English, math, highly desired credentials in our district. They could go do something and not have the stress and the time consuming that they have committed to. There is not a day that they're not spending over 9 hours doing this work, let alone the phone calls after hours that people call after hours. They're not after hours. They are our hours. There are days that on a board meeting night that we go past midnight, we get up in the morning and come back to work the next morning. And the ed code is very clear that if you work in a day, whether it's an hour as a manager or 4 hours or 12 hours, it is a day of compensation. And so on those board meeting nights where after midnight we leave this district office, we have just done a day of work and literally they don't have to come to work the next day, but that is not how anybody has operated. They show up every day and they take whatever the criticism is, factual or not, most of the time not. And I'm going to start speaking up publicly about the things that are made as assumptions and continue to be wrongly stated. So again, you have a group of longtime managers in this district, and if that is not valued, that's fine. But you won't find more committed people than you have sitting at our school sites, in our departments, and here at this district office, sitting at this dais. Not for what they're being paid. So I'll just leave it at that. So again, no, cabinet has not had a raise.
So I just want to answer real quick. All of our employees are valued. I cannot emphasize enough how much we appreciate all the work you do. Every single person that makes this district go. From the bottom of my heart, I get it. Being in education, it's a tough job. So thank you for the work you do. You are valued. I just want to give some reference to the idea of the fact that we are overspending. And
I thought we were voting.
we were, oh, I'm sorry, she had a chance to talk. Could I have a chance to talk?
Well, I mean,
Is that yes?
Is it about
Thank
that?
you.
Is it about this item?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so, as far as overspending goes and looking to make cuts, that's an area that I offered up because in my research and my numbers, it looked like an area that we could look to scale back. That's not communicating value to somebody. That's communicating us being good stewards of our finances. If somebody else has ideas for cuts, feel free to bring those forward. I hope this can be a continued discussion. Where I sit as a board member, I am last. I'm a public servant. I stepped up to do this job. As long as any of our employees are not getting a raise, I will not be voting for a raise. And so my vote would be no.
Mr. Raleigh,
aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
and Mrs. Buchanan, aye. Number 4, approve the tentative agreement between Apple Valley Unified School District and the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association dated May 15th, 2026. I'll move it.
Second?
Any discussion? Okay, we'll take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Number 5, approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on, hold on, I'm sorry. I ran out of highlighted. Approving the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on AR number 2025-26 and AR number 2025-26. I'll make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? We'll take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. Number 6, adopt resolution 2526-23 and make spending determinations with respect to monies received from the education protection account. I'll move it.
Second.
Any discussion?
Ms. Buchanan, I want to apologize. This morning, I did notice a typo in the background. It does not affect the supporting documents, the resolution, or the estimated deposits. The last sentence mentions attached is resolution 252623 and a list of the proposed spending determinations for the EPA revenue for the 25-26 fiscal year. That should state the 26-27 fiscal year. I apologize for that typo. But again, the attachments are correct and the resolution is correct.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? We'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
and Ms. Buchanan, aye. Consent agenda. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. Consent items to be approved in one motion, 1 through 35. Can I get a motion?
You could tell it was a busy week last week. It's
28.
28.
Yep, I
So-
see it now.
So moved.
All right, I'll second. All right, we'll go ahead and take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
and I vote aye. All right. Are there any other board comments? Mrs. Longshore?
No.
Okay. Mr. Raleigh?
No.
Mrs. Tucker?
No.
And I have none. Superintendent Nelson? No? Okay. Item M, closing items, future items. Do any members of the board have any future items? I do. I would like us to consider adopting a resolution. We all received an email, I think it was last week, from CSBA asking us just to support their campaign for the SOS for student achievement. So I would just recommend, they sent us the sample resolution, but I'd like to have us consider putting it on our next meeting so that we can just go ahead and support a state operations and support plan to help local educational agencies close the achievement gaps. Sir, can I get support on?
Sure.
Okay. Anita? Yeah? Okay, let's support her. Are there any other? No? All right. The next regular board meeting will be Thursday, June 11th, 2026. Whoop, just kidding.
No, you're right. I just want to remind the board that you will be having, we'll have
Special.
2 posted. So you're going to have, because they did the readout to extend the timeline for my evaluation, we will be dealing with my evaluation during a special board meeting on the 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. And then we will show up for the 1 o'clock board meeting for the board, so that we can just deal with the evaluation.
So it's back into closed session, though. There's 2 closed sessions.
You will have 1 closed session for the first
Special.
meeting with only the one thing agendized, the superintendent evaluation. The second board meeting will have all of the regular business in it and not take the closed session for the superintendent evaluation.
So 2 board meetings.
2 board meetings, a special will be posted just
At
to get
10.
that done. Yeah, at 10.
All right. And that meeting will take place, the regular meeting, approximately 1 p.m., Educational Support Center. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I'll move it.
Second?
We'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. And we'll adjourn at 5:07 p.m.